Well, hello. Let's get some people in here. Notification should have gone out. So yeah, one of the games I'm gonna try first is Super Mario World. Do I need to turn on the auto-tune? Is that just expected at this point? We have 1 vote no, 1 vote yes, 2 vote no. Alright, I need a solid vote. Are we doing auto-tune or not? Okay, looks like we're not. Cool. Mrs. Skeem's already here. The no's have it. Maybe we'll auto-tune up again later. I think auto-tune should be whenever I want, drunk or no. But anyway, we are going to play Super Mario World first. I am using a GameCube controller in my computer, so we'll see how that goes. Probably not going to be the best controller to use. So, yeah. Then we'll do like Star Fox and some other stuff. Now, let me check on how fast people usually do this for a speedrun. You like people who are actually speedrunners? Super Mario World speedrun times. Okay, so I guess most of these people actually try to beat the whole game. That's not what I'll be doing. But it's looking like the elites do it in like 10 minutes or so. I am not elite. So if the elites do it in 10, I would think I'll be doing it in 20 minutes. So it is 9:20 my time. We'll see about how long this takes me. So this is the game that came bundled with the Super Nintendo back in 1990. And I grew up on this game. I love this game. I've owned a million versions of it over the years. Game Boy version, Super Nintendo, Nintendo Switch, Game Boy versions, obviously the original Super Nintendo, this SNES Classic they released. So let's see how this goes. Now, there is a Yoshi, but I'm not gonna get the Yoshi here because he'll give me like the tutorial on how to use Yoshi, which will take time away. And I don't got time for that. I'm trying to do this fast. I'll get my first Yoshi a little bit later. Ooh, that was clumsy. Oh well. Alright, so that's level 1. We're gonna make it, guys. So like I said, elite players beat this game in about 10 minutes. I am not elite. I will probably actually die during this, which is like not okay on speedruns. But hey, here we are. And the biggest issue I'm gonna have is when I get to Bowser's Sorry, there's an echo in my voice, so it makes me sound really drunk when I'm listening to myself. I don't need speakers for this, do I? Hold on. But anyway, when I get to Bowser, it's gonna be very difficult because I don't remember which door to go through for it to be fast. Because, like, some of the doors, there's underwater sections. That could add a lot of time. So I might want to look up which doors to go through in Bowser's Castle while these load screens happen. So, hopefully I don't screw up in Bowser's Castle. Mrs. Skeem, you could probably research this for me while I'm doing this. Can you find out in Super Mario World which doors are the fastest when you get to Bowser's Castle? Because I'll have to go through 2 of them. They are numbered doors. And I don't want to accidentally go through the wrong ones. So... Thank you. I don't know what 100 Czech Republics are, but it's 100, so I appreciate it. Thank you for the dono. Door 4 and 8 is what you think? If someone could Google it, anyone in the chat, because it'll be a few minutes before we're there. But I need to know which doors in Bowser's Castle on Super Mario World are the shortest. Crap, I got hit. That was dumb. Oh well, I'll get a mushroom back when I go through the halfway point of the level. There we go. I'm not taking your word, that's why I want you guys to Google it for me. We gotta find out. Thank you. So far we're doing alright. Making decent time. Yes! Got him on the first slide, that's important. Whew! Alright. We're doing it, guys. So far, for a non-speedrunner type dude, I think I'm doing alright. For a fake, not speedrunner. So we are 3 minutes into this run of Super Mario World. 3 minutes in, like I said, the best of the best do this in 10 minutes. I am not the best of the best, so I'd be happy with 20 minutes. Doors 2 and 3? That doesn't make any sense. Those are 2 different doors. Because your first set of doors is 1 through 4, and your second are 5 through 8. That question's been answered like 6 times, Doom Guy, at Super Mario World. I've answered it, they've answered it. Chill. Alright, I need the cape now. It's gonna take me a second, which I don't want to use, but hey, I'm gonna need it. Because on this level... Oh shit, that was stupid. Oh, well. On this level, I do need to fly up to open Star World, and I died. That's gonna waste a lot of time. That was really dumb of me. Okay, 2 and 5. Doors 2 and 5. Okay, we'll do 2 and 5. Thank you. Alright, anyway. Let's not be stupid. That wasn't good. I wanted to keep flying! Well... No! I'm playing this level very poorly. But it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I want this Yoshi. Because he'll help me get up to the end of the level easier. I'll leave him behind. There we go. Alright. That was rough, but we got there. Now we have to go through... The only water level I'll have to go through is this right here. So, at least there's only one water level I'll have to suffer. Yoshi is cool, just not needed for my current purposes. One of these to go faster. get this guy to go to the end. Oh, shit. Oh, well. Actually, I'm gonna get this so I don't die, because dying would take longer than that little animation. Alright. And key time. Okay. Now we're going to the ghost town. Except I need a feather here. And I don't think the ghost town has one, so I am gonna have to backtrack to get a feather really quick. That's disappointing, but it's fine. It's fine! It's gonna waste another 30 seconds or so. Okay. Back to ghost town. Two and 5, yeah. 2 and 5, I got you. We're going through doors 2 and 5. When we get there. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome. Oh, fuck me. Really? I thought he was high enough. Well, I'm gonna kill myself. Oh, that was really stupid. So this is gonna waste like 2 minutes of my run. 2 minutes of my run is gonna be on this stupidity. Because I thought the ghost was higher up than the ghost was. It's a really dumb way to die. Alright. Back to this. Now, this GameCube controller is not ideal, but it's also not as terrible as I thought it would be. But it's not good either. So, I would much rather have an SNES controller. I just do not have one that is compatible with my computer. And I have to do this on my computer so I can stream it. Because to stream this game on my Switch or on my SNES Classic, which I have this game on both of those, is just really expensive to get the equipment for it, and these streams don't really generate the kind of revenue that would make it worth spending money on more streaming equipment, so here we are. Lego Batman is great. Will Arnett as Batman is beautiful. That's his name, right? Will Arnett? Pretty sure. Get out of here. Alright, we're into Star World now, making progress. I don't think I'm gonna do a Lego movie review. I don't know how I feel about movie reviews. I like the movie like breakdowns and critiques between two movies, but just reviewing a movie, I don't know. We'll see if we get to that point or not. I don't watch Teen Titans Go, so I don't have an opinion. Alright, now I think this is the other water level I'm gonna have to clear. The key to this one is you want to get invincibility instead of letting your Yoshi eat it to become big, because then you can get through the level a lot faster. Now, I'm still gonna want him to be a big boy by the end, because I'm gonna need him for future levels, but I want to get... Oh, shoot, I didn't want him to eat that. Oh well. Rest of this level will be a little slow. That's fine. We're gonna lose another 30 to 45 seconds at least on that error. Again, that's why I am not a speedrunner. But we're still gonna beat this game a lot faster than I was able to beat it when I first was playing it. Yeah, when I was like 5 years old. Took me a lot longer. That's not even a question. The first Lego movie was leaps and bounds better than the second. The second was fun, like in a pop culture sort of way, but just as like an actual movie, that's a no contest, no brainer. All right, guys, we're getting closer to Bowser's castle. Here we go. Where we will go through doors 2 and 5. I am trusting the audience to have not given me bad information. You could just post memes about me in my Discord. I don't know how to do all that Reddit crap. At least then I'd see the memes if they're in my Discord. Oh, come on! I've done that a million times! That was the first thing that's gone wrong that I can absolutely safely blame the controller on. That was 110% the controller's fault, because, yeah. All the other mistakes, those were on me. That was the fucking controller. Like that mistake right there where I just ate the star, or I mean I didn't eat the star when I actually wanted to eat the star that time. That's my bad. Missing that jump? Nah, homie. That was the controller's fault. Well, and now the other thing is, I really would prefer to have the fucking leaf, but I'd have to go way too far back to get that again now. So, yeah, that whole thing just really screwed this run up a lot. And then now I'm just like in my head about it. That's why I just died there. Because I'm like just thinking about stuff instead of the game. So, my easy to anger habits when playing video games are not conducive to speedrunning. Alright, eat your star. I'll get on your fat ass. And you know what? We are just gonna trace back to get a feather, because it's gonna be in my head if I don't get it. So I'll just, instead of dying 3 times without it, I'm just gonna grab it and take the 45 seconds to grab it and just take the L. If by ADHD you mean Joyner Lucas's album that he's been like semi-releasing and talking about for like 50 years, no, I have not listened to ADHD yet. By the way, if I was a professional speedrunner, I would have beaten the game by now. I'm not too far from beating the game, to be fair. And I did make some glaring errors that could have been avoided. So even with my skill set and terrible controller, we could have done a lot better than this. But you know, you get what you get. Okay, let's beat up Bowser. We're going through doors 2 and 5 according to the chat. 2 and 5. Alright, so door 2 better not suck. Okay, this isn't a hard door, but it's not exactly the fastest door, so whoever recommended door 2 I'm not really happy with, because a door that I have to go through a chain link means I couldn't run through the whole door. So, but now we're going to door 5. Door 5 makes sense because it's just the sprinty one, but I always get hit, so, and die. So I don't know about that whole door 5 thing either. So, those suggestions were both just the worst. Your research was shit. So I'm gonna just have to figure this out on my own, because those were awful suggestions. I'm gonna try door 3. Probably not gonna be any better. And Mrs. Skeem, it was actually your job to do the door research, so if anyone should be disappointed, it should be me and you. because you left it to my fans, who we know are incapable of anything. I say that on a daily basis. And you didn't do your research. No, it's not about me playing. It's about me being told to go through the right damn doors, which I have not been. So, I'm just gonna do door 2 again. I'm not gonna do door 5 again. At least door 2 I'm not gonna die, since I'm getting close to like a game over now. Because I'm just like so annoyed at this sequence of events. See, again, that's why I say I'm not a speedrunner, because I get annoyed and then I make like bad decisions based on being annoyed instead of like paying attention to the speedrun. Because like my annoyance becomes most important. Oh, this is a terrible choice of doors. I went through like the football guy door. Alright, game over, cool. So I don't know where it's gonna start me now. Continue. Alright, well, I might as well get a feather. Well, I mean, if you want to be on the losing side, you could be on Mrs. Skeem's side, because we have chat evidence that she was supposed to do research and she didn't. And then I got terrible information. So if someone could tell me, I'm good with door 2, okay? Door 2's fine. I mean, I'm starting fucking like 10 minutes behind now. Thanks to that. But could someone tell me, like, honestly, what an actual good door to go through for 5 through 8 that doesn't require me going through that stupid spike thing? I guess I could do the spike thing, it's just really annoying to time. Door 6? Alright, Sam. Samuel, I'm trusting your door 6 wisdom. Like I said, door 2 we can live with. That's fine. It's not my favorite, because I have to go over the chain link fences, but when I took a peek at the other doors... Unless door 1's might have something pretty sweet in it. I don't know. Alright, so, if I hadn't died a bunch of times like an idiot, and this whole Bowser bullshit didn't happen, this run would have been done in about 14 minutes, when I've been keeping track of the time. So, I mean, considering the professionals do this in 10 minutes or less, and, you know, these motherfuckers do terrible runs like mine literally 1,500 times in a day, I'd say 14 minutes wouldn't have been that bad. So if I really wanted to do this well, and like I was using a Super Nintendo controller instead of a GameCube controller, and I was actually focusing instead of shitting around with you guys, I could actually do this in like 14 minutes. I'm not too mad about that. This run's gonna probably end up being about 24 minutes at this point. So I added literally 10 minutes in just stupidity on this run. And then I added about 2 minutes in the only time that the GameCube controller was like directly responsible for something that happened. So, I mean, the GameCube controller is usable. It's only really led to one major mistake that I remember. The next speed run, I'm probably gonna play some Star Fox. I don't know what the rules are on a Star Fox speedrun, but if I remember correctly, Star Fox has this really weird way to beat it very fast that's very, very hard to do, and I'm gonna attempt to do that. So we'll see. Hey, see? That time the controller didn't kill me when I attempted that stunt. That was what was supposed to happen the first time I did that, by the way. Mega Man X is also on the list. Alright, so we're doing door 2. And then door 6? I believe? Was what Samuel told me to do, was door 6. Door 6, here we go. You sent me to the water door for a speed run? Dear God. I knew I couldn't trust you guys for anything. Literally, the slowest possible option in a Mario game is water. And for a speed run, The recommended door is 6. You guys fucking suck. And then I get hit by the spike, because this is also probably the most difficult door. So, Samuel, you're either the worst, like, person at Googling ever, or this was on purpose. Either way, I fucking hate you. I don't care which it is, but you fucking suck. Well, I called them incapable and got proven right. There's a difference. Oh shit, this is a bad door. Just kill myself. Alright. Alright, door 2. And... fuck it. We'll do the original set. Door 2 and 5. Oh yeah? I bet Samuel did. I believe it. Alright, we're doing door 5. I just need to let them slam down first. Go ahead, do your thing, and then as they come back up, I gotta time this damn run. Nope, that was bad. Told you. That's what I hate about door 5. Like, if you're not fucking perfect, you die. There's just no way around it. Door 2, right? I'll try door 5 one more time! Because why not? Nope. I bailed without bailing. Alright, fuck. Does anyone have an actual good door in the second set? Or maybe the second set's all hard and I just don't... I remembered one of the doors in the second set just had a hopping gargoyle in it. That's the door I usually like to go through. I don't know which door has my hopping gargoyle friend, though. That's the one that I remember using when I was trying to beat this as a little tyke. Does anyone know? Door 8? Okay, door 8 has my gargoyle. Alright. How's this one? Shit! That would be easier with my feather! So in the interest of actually beating this, and saying fuck it to time because I've already screwed that up, let's just get a damn feather. I'll get 2, why not? Go back. And just at least beat this game in, what, 30 fucking minutes? Because I'm a tool. Look, the title says bad attempts. So, take it for what it is. We can rename the title to Speedruns That Would Have Been Literally Less Than Half the Amount of Time If Skeem Would Control His Anger. That's the new name of this stream. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. You need 3 hours to beat this game? Look, even, I will say, for people who haven't played this game, for like, if you are like legitimately thinking that I really suck like a lot, I only suck a little. Even to like, put yourself in a position to beat the game in less than 30 minutes. Probably not something a normie is just gonna be able to do. I'm not saying I'm like elite. But this isn't the worst thing you've ever seen. Even if you might think it is. Now you see. That still wasn't the door I was thinking of, but that's fine. It worked. We'll never know what door I was thinking to go through. Maybe it was 7, who knows. Nobody wants to join your church of raviolis. Alright, let's finally kill this motherfucker. Well, it does look like we'll be at least, less than 30 minutes on this run, apparently, unless I really fuck it up here. So, I guess that's something. You gonna do something? Thank you. Also, probably worth noting, I don't have any sound. I'm not wearing my headphones. Not that this game needs sound, but just thought it'd be fun for you guys to know that I cannot hear the audio, only you can. Where's the first fire dropping? Alright, stand. Key to this, guys, is just stand next to the fire and wait, because it'll never hit you if you're standing where the other fire was. If you didn't know that, and you plan on playing this game. That looks a lot more difficult than it is. You just stay still. No, Mega Man X, I'm just doing the same as this. Just try to beat it as fast as I can. Mega Man X is going to be real rough. Not for beating, like, the initial 8 bosses. That's easy. What's going to suck is when you get to Sigma's tower, and there's, like, that stupid tank boss and a couple other things. I'm probably just going to rage quit, to be honest. Spoiler alert. If we do Mega Man X, I'm going to rage quit during Sigma's tower. Because then even if I do get to Sigma, while beating his dog is like super easy, and beating him with the lightsaber is super easy, this stupid last Mecha Warrior boss, even when you have all the power-ups, which I probably wouldn't since I'm trying to speedrun it, even when you have all the power-ups and you're using his weakness, apparent weakness, which is the stupid armadillo guy, Bubbles, it's still, like, fucking impossible, so... Probably not. So I guess the Mega Man X, just to save my own sanity, will probably just be speedrunning the initial 8 bosses, and then just saying fuck it to Sigma's Tower of Doom. I'm not drunk enough to try to beat that right now. I mean, I've beaten it many times in my life, don't get me wrong, but not like quick real time. Alright, we beat the game! Yay! In 29 minutes. So we beat the game in 29 minutes. That was awful. 15 minutes of Skeem Rage added. I'm drinking a Mike's Hard Lemonade, nothing crazy. Alright, we don't need to watch the end. We're gonna go to Star Fox now. So, a lot of times, people ask me why I play, games with inverted controls, okay? So, Star Fox is why I play games with inverted controls, because it's one of the games I grew up on, and the default, Control A here, if I click up, I go down. If I click down, I go up. And as a kid, I'm not gonna mess with the controls. I'm just gonna take what they give me. So I would just click start, let's go. So, that's why I play with inverted controls. Now, if you're a Star Fox Elite, you might be thinking, alright, you need to go to this middle path and use the asteroid to go to the black hole to go to Venom. And that's the fastest way to beat it. But no. We're gonna go the bottom path, which is the hardest path, and try to do a game glitch that exists in the Super Nintendo version that I don't think was supposed to be in there, but it was sort of programmed as kind of an Easter egg, which technically gets you to a the end screen if you do it correctly. So we're going to try that. I have probably only successfully done this like once, so this is gonna be a fail. But if it's successful, this is going to be a very fast beating of the game. But that's a very big if it's successful. Now, on Star Fox, for some reason, let's give you some history on Star Fox. One, it was using the Super Effects chip in the Super Nintendo. So, there's your barrel roll. Thanks for the dono. But the Super Effects chip was for 3D rendering like this. The Super Nintendo really couldn't do it, but even with the Super Effects chip, this game had so many frame rate issues, and even the emulated versions do. But Star Fox doesn't tell you what difficulty you're playing on. It's just if you choose different paths, it's different levels of difficulty. It's kind of a dick like that. It doesn't really tell you. Oops, wrong button. Oh, excuse me. Now, there's supposed to be a double blaster power up there if you kill the right enemy, I think. So I kind of got screwed on that one, but oh well. So watch, when I shoot these towers down, the frame rate's gonna get real bad because there's just too many guys on screen. So bad that sometimes you can't even get all the blaster hits that you want and you get hit by buildings like that. So that was something Super Nintendo was notorious for. For how fondly it's remembered, it had so many frame rate issues that some of the games were actually either impossible to beat if they didn't slow down from frame rate, or way harder to beat because of the frame rate issues. It's just something you just knew you were getting into with Super Nintendo. Sega Genesis did not have these issues, but it didn't sell as well because even though it was a better technological game, or a better technological system, just like many Sega systems were, the games were not as fun for most people, myself included. Gameplay beats tech every time, kids. That's why I still think Nintendo Switch is better than PS4 or Xbox One, because the games are better. The main titles for Xbox and PS4 don't really appeal to me. I can play the best ones on PC anyway. Got nothing for me. Good? Yay! I did it! Alright, so another thing to know, since I took the bottom path on Star Fox is the hardest path. So what's going to happen is you're going to see these little things in a second. These guys, they're carrying what is the boss on the other two paths, which is a very easy boss. But the boss on the bottom path, he's much more difficult. Like, I might actually die on my first attempt on this guy. I don't know why the bottom path is just so much harder. The game just likes to be cruel and unusual, and if you're an unsuspecting kid, just, oh, I'm gonna go on this path because it looks pretty. Yeah, kid, even though it didn't tell you it was harder, you're about to get fucked up like this was Doom on Nightmare. Luckily, we're gonna try to take a shortcut to avoid all that nonsense. Maybe I won't do it. Maybe I don't suck at Star Fox 2. Come on back. Yay, we beat it. Alright, so this is where it gets tricky. For me to do this speedrun the way I intend, I have to basically glitch the game, which I'm not even sure the emulator can do. So I'm going to save an emulation spot here, just so we can try it a few times in case it doesn't work. Because I really want you guys to see it. Hopefully I could just do it on my first try. But I think it's interesting and a piece of video gaming history most people haven't seen. So I'm going to try to make it work. Alright, and actually let me make the save state a little bit further up, so I don't have to load through that screen. Pause. Save a new state. Slot 1. Alright, so if I do this right, then I'm gonna end up beating Star Fox probably in about like a 5-minute time. But that's if I do this right on the first attempt and this glitch works while I'm emulating Star Fox. All big questions I'm curious about. We'll have the answers to momentarily. So that's not the one I want, it's the next one. Where's the next big guy? There he is. This guy. Okay, so that part of it worked. Now where's the egg? Where's the egg? Go up, egg. Okay, there's the bird. I need the bird. Come here, bird. This is looking good so far. Come here. Don't run away from me, I'm your dad. Oh, damn it! Alright. I missed the bird. We're loading our spot. We're trying this again. You have to get the bird. The bird is the word. Let's try this again. Alternatively, I could just die and try it again, but this is faster. You know, than dying and trying again. Alright, let's try this again. If we're keeping time, we can add an extra 45 seconds to a minute to my time. Everybody's heard about the bird. Birds. I need to start paying attention. Is that not my asteroid? What the fuck just happened? I don't know what just happened. I was singing bird is the word, and then all of a sudden, here we are. Let's try this again. Don't distract me with stupid songs. Alright. Let's do this the right way. Yeah, and this really is less of a speed run, this one anyway, and more of a, I want to show you guys something weird and cool about Star Fox. Actually, I'm going to put in my headphones because I like to listen to this. It's cool. Go to bizarro world with you. Okay, it's not this one. It's the next one. There he is. Die! Why is it not blowing up anymore? Like, did my saved state break it? That's really stupid. Okay, we're trying this again. The first time it was super easy. And then all these other times, it's like, no! You're not allowed to unlock it! I was so close, just the damn bird dodging me. Everything else tries to ram you head on. The one thing I want to hit, dodge. Motherfucker. Where's the second place? There we go. Birdie egg. Come here, birdie. Alright, come after me. We need to make out. If we make out, weird acid trip stuff happens. I'm trying to show the people. Come here! Damn it! Such bullshit. Alright, we're making a save slot as soon as I see the bird next time. And we're just gonna do it until we hit the bird. Fucking bird. Stop hitting me! I'm not here for you! You're just annoying! Okay, where is it? Right here? And nothing. Of course. Because it's just kind of random if it lets me kill it or not. There is a lot of random generation in Star Fox, which you can notice with the asteroids and stuff. So it is not a good speedrunning game. Kind of like Quake, which was one of the most popular speedrunning games. No one would do it on the hard difficulties because of how random the enemy generation was. Just made it that there was less skill and more luck. And I'm running into that with the asteroid generation right now. But sometimes there's asteroids in the way of my bullets and my B-bombs, and sometimes there's not. And that's really the difference between if I could blow it up or not, is random generation. So that's why certain games, you're a glutton for punishment if you speedrun them. Because there's too much random generated material. What did I even do? Get on you for not doing your responsibilities? That sounds like a very millennial thing of you to do. To be like, oh, they're mad at me because I did a bad job. Okay, we're gonna save this space. How dare you be mad at me for not doing my job responsibilities? I'm entitled, millennial. Alright, bird. Here we go. Make out with me. Fuck, but good thing I have a slave slot. Try this again, bird. Let me try it from third person. Might be easier. Ow. I'm not interested in you. I need the bird. Come here, bird. No! His bullet literally hit me out of the way. Random generation. Sucks. Because that bullet wasn't there before. Wait, I went right through him! You saw it! Alright, now I'm wondering if the emulator doesn't work with this hack, or if you have to be first person. I guess first person is the first guess I've got. Let's see. This is a very specific thing, so first person might be required. I'm gonna keep trying this shit. I'm shooting you, bird. 'Cause I'm mad at you. Fly into me. Damn it! Always too high. Why am I too high? Fuck all the enemies. Blow them up. Come here, bird. Going lower. Dodging ass dodger. Ha-ha! Gotcha. Alright, this is what I was trying to get to. So, now you get sent here, which wasn't even on the map before. Out of this dimension. Come in! Fox, where are you? So, get ready for some weird shit. Because they're like, we need you to protect Corneria. Well, not gonna happen.
Good luck.
Because look where I am. Listen to this music. It's carnival music. With creepy faces. Evil paper airplanes. Like... Now, here's what I want you to imagine. The year is 1996. The internet's not... Actually, no, it was 1995. The year is 1995. The internet's not really a big thing, especially if you're a kid of my age at this time, which is younger. You're playing Star Fox, your favorite game, all different ways. And as a kid, you're always shooting stuff that shouldn't blow up, but you still want to shoot it. One of these times, you shoot that asteroid I showed you in the last level. And then, it blew up, and there's a big-ass bird. And you accidentally ran into the big-ass bird. And after you did, you got sent here. Yeah, that's a true story. I found this on accident as a little child. And I was confused, as you are probably now, even more so. And I never forgot it. And once I started using the internet, I searched to see like if other people had seen this. And it was a few years before I saw this commonly on forums. So I wasn't sure if I was like misremembering it or had a bad copy. Because I also didn't know how to make it happen again. Like I wasn't sure how this happened. I didn't remember the sequence of events. I just remembered this level. So there were several years where I was wondering if what you're seeing right now really happened or not. It fucked me up. Thankfully, eventually the internet told me, yes, this is a real thing that the creators put in here for some reason. And this is how you can get to it. And then there's a boss. Which is a slot machine. Because why wouldn't the final boss be a slot machine? It's kind of like the Dr. Mario music, almost. mixed with the Kirby theme. It's really weird. Don't really remember how to beat it. I think eventually it just like wins. But I guess they really just didn't think anyone would find this, and they were just fucking around when they made this Easter egg. It was probably not intended for a young Skeem to accidentally find unwittingly while playing his Super Nintendo on his couch. It was meant for some old fat guy in his mom's basement to find, who was like trying to dissect the whole game. But it happened to me. Uh-oh. But there should eventually be an end to this, if I remember correctly. Yeah, because now I got one triangle. Eventually I'll get all three. Bye, Darren. Oh, by person, sorry. By person. Haha, a by person. Yeah, well, I'm just waiting for the thing that says the end, because that's good enough for me. There's two. Gotta survive one more onslaught. We're playing Star Fox, that's what's going on. Haven't you ever played Star Fox before? This is how I remember Star Fox from a kid. It scarred me a little bit, but this is what it was. Star Fox 64 is fun too. Give me another Andros. I want this to be over. Just one Andros, and this all ends. There he is! Yay! Now we could probably beat it in a second. Wait! Oh, I need him in the middle! Damn it! Give me an Andros in the middle! Dick! Yay! Ow. Ow. Do I win yet? Come on. Oh! Well, this would be much faster if it would end. One of these days, I'll win the jackpot, 777 or something. I'll be so happy. Well, I am not auto-tuned. That's just my voice. My voice just sounds the way it sounds. You know, I thought this would be a lot faster. I didn't remember all of this. Like, I thought there's a way to, like, beat this, but apparently you're just here. Can someone Google how to beat the slot machine on Star Fox? Or do I just have to wait? Wait. No, I need 3 sevens. Why do you hate me, fucking piece of shit? How do I beat you? Yeah, so how do I get it to get 3 sevens? Why? I guess I could shoot to hold? Maybe? Like a casino version? Oh, yeah, that's what you guys just said in chat. Cool. So I'll do that. Give me some damn sevens. Hold the slots. 0 sevens! You're fucking useless! Yay! Gimme! Give me a 7 to lock into place. You dingus. Okay, there's a 7. I want to keep that 7. Let's go again. There's a 7. Keep that. I said keep it. I can't keep the other one. Damn it! So unfair. Oh good, I get to keep 1 again! We did it, guys! We beat Star Fox without ever beating more than 1 level. That's how you do it. Let's do Super Mario All-Stars before I rage on Mega Man X. I haven't played this game in a while. Oh yeah, they did the pretty graphic version on All-Star. Super Mario All-Star was a cool game. They remastered the old Mario games. How nice of them. Terribly. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna end up raging on this too, and I don't remember how to properly hit the plants for the World 8 warp. Cause like there's a super specific way to get the World 8 warp, and I don't remember how to do it, so... Which means this won't be a speed run, this will just be me playing Mario. Semi-fast. 'Cause I don't even remember how to do the fastest path. 'Cause I'm a fucking noob. Yes, I'm a fucking noob. Well, I know that, you fucker. I know about going up to the ceiling. I'm talking about the specifically World 8 warp. There's a warp in World 4-2, okay? There's another underground cave level that I'm about to hit after this level. And that level, you can go over the top, but then it'll only take you to like World 5 or something. But there's another harder to get one where you have to like hit a couple blocks and get a plant to take you to the top or some shit. And that'll take you straight to World 8. I just don't remember how to do that. Come on now. Acting like I don't know how to do the basic pipe maneuver. Tisk tisk. Are you guys still telling me to just go through the top of the ceiling? You dumb motherfuckers. That's not gonna get what I want. If I just go through the top of the ceiling, I'm gonna go to like World 5. I'm not trying to go to World 5 right now, kids. I'm trying to skip straight to World 8. It's like somewhere here. There's the hidden blocks. But I need to hit the right ones to get the plant. There it is. No thanks to you guys. But that's what I was after. So I did it. I found the World 8 skip. No thanks to your guys' shit help. Get out of here, Ben Wyatt. Nobody likes you or your calzones. Problem with this, like, supposed attempt at a speedrun is as soon as I get to level either 8-2 or 8-3 where there's like 1,000 cannons and the little hammer Koopas, I'm just gonna fucking die anyway. Ain't gonna be any speed involved. Whoa! What just happened? I literally just like froze in midair. I paused it so you guys could see the moment of freeze. Why? Why did that happen? Sometimes playing on emulators has its disadvantages. I play on the actual consoles, but, you know, I don't have money for streamer cards. Well, now I'm extra fucked. Because I don't think there's like any mushrooms or anything for the rest of this game. They just go, nah, you've had enough. Good luck, bitch. So, we'll probably switch to Mega Man soon. Because I'm not even raging that much over that since it was, you know, actually not my fault. I'm kind of the reverse of a lot of gamers. Probably because I'm not a gamer. A lot of people I watch, excuse me, who play games, they get really pissed, like, when the game screws up, like legitimately glitches, they get really mad. I don't get mad when the game glitches. I get mad when I screw up. That's when I get mad, because I had control over that. I don't get mad about things that I don't have control over. And I think that's a good life skill to develop. We'll just have some life skill talk right now. For all the people that get mad when the game glitches, like mine just did. Like, I had Fire Flower, I was doing great, and the game literally glitched. Y'all saw it. It happens. But why would I get mad at that? I have no control over this game glitching or not. Absolutely none. So why would I spend my emotional energy on something outside of my control? When I'm gonna get mad is when I screw something up. Because that I had control over. I've caused that damage to myself, and that's worth investing some emotional energy into to see maybe I can improve next time. What did I do that caused that mistake? How can I be better now for it? There's a lesson and something to be gained by being upset over it, whereas being upset over something out of your control gains you nothing but being upset, and it's just wasted energy. Like, that was my fault, so I'm kind of mad at myself. That was stupid. I shouldn't have jumped. Anyway, not that any of you guys are listening to what I'm saying, you're just talking about fucking pizza. Go away, Reaper. Nobody likes you. How's your mom doing? I was making a joke about Parks and Recreation because they always make fun of calzones and the character's name is Ben Wyatt. Just because you didn't get the joke doesn't mean that you get to interrogate me about making jokes about calzones. Go watch Parks and Recreation, aka Parks and Rec. It's a great show if you can stomach season 1, because that season is terrible. Alright, I've always hated this part because I'm not really skilled enough to do it, because you have to like be trusting and running off of this platform, and then that happens. That's on me. At least I told you. You can feel cheated all you want, but what's the point of putting energy into being cheated? Like, if it happened and it was out of your control, why be, like, why? Why spend the emotional energy? I can understand being sad or upset, but angry? Why are you angry over something you couldn't even control? That's silly. Unless that anger could somehow lead to a resolution that would put the situation in your control, like anger at an evil leader who's, like, disrupting your social climate and you have no control over what they do, but your anger might fuel a revolution. Sure. But your anger's not going to fuel a revolution over a glitch in a fucking video game, so just relax. I'm dying because I'm paying too much attention to you guys. Alright, Mega Man. Let's play Mega Man. That was one I wanted to try. See ya! See ya! Alright, so what I'm gonna do here is... I'm not gonna try to beat this game, but I want to kind of go through the main levels, like the main 8 bosses, and try to get like as many power-ups and like suit upgrades as I can in a reasonable amount of time. So I guess that's what I'm doing here. How many, like, suit upgrades and other crap can I get in killing the original 4 bosses in, like, a pretty quick amount of time? I'm not gonna try to do Sigma's Tower. I'm not feeling like having that much rage in my life right now. But we'll kill the Elite 8, as it were. New York style pizza is bae. Also, notice how bad the frame rate is on Mega Man X? That's not the emulator. This game just struggled with frame rate because it was just too much for the Super Nintendo. They really should have put the Super FX chip into this game, just because I think that chip did, aside from 3D rendering, give you a little bit of extra, like, RAM storage, which this game really could have used. So I think they should have put the Super FX chip into Mega Man X. They just opted not to, probably to save cost, but probably a bad idea, because this game does not run well. It never has. The only versions of this game that run well are aftermarket versions, or I think, what was it, the PlayStation Vita, which was a total piece of trash. They did a remastered version of this game, which was actually good. Then there's an iPhone version of this game that's a little stripped down, but it runs smoothly. But even like the SNES classic version of this game and all those, they stick to the true original, so the frame rate's just real bad. Still can't believe you guys have spent this whole time spreading ignorance about pizza. Calzones and Hawaiian pizzas and Chicago-style deep dish, as if any of those pizzas are worthy of any recognition. Pizza's good, just not the pizza you're talking about. Calzones aren't pizza. Calzones are weird, confused wraps with pizza flavoring in them. They're not pizza. They're like glorified Hot Pockets. I don't even know if they're glorified Hot Pockets. They're just fucking Hot Pockets. Calzones are Hot Pockets. Pizza flavored Hot Pockets. They're good if you're drunk or high, but when you're trying to classify them as good pizza, they're just a disgrace to humanity. Chicago deep dish is also not pizza. It's pasta with crust. Try and prove that Chicago-style pizza isn't pasta with crust. There are no remnants of pizza. It doesn't even taste like pizza because the type of sauce and everything they use is just Italian seasoning. You replace noodles with crust, and you have Chicago-style deep dish. It's good. Don't get me wrong, it's delicious, but it's not fucking pizza. It's just pasta with crust instead of noodles. Delicious. I love Chicago-style quote-unquote pizza. But bruh, it ain't pizza. There's nothing in its flavor that should remind anyone of pizza. What about Pop-Tarts? Pop-Tarts are amazing and wonderful. Everyone should like Pop-Tarts. Put some butter on a s'mores Pop-Tart, you got a diabetic surprise. Domino's versus Pizza Hut, how about just don't eat either of those? Ugh. Hard-shell tacos with flavored meat are good for what they are, but don't call them like real tacos. Alright, first guy you're gonna kill obviously is the Penguin. If you don't know Mega Man X, you always kill this guy first. You get your little slide shoes and everything, he's dead, he's going down. Double stuffed Oreo are better than Chips Ahoy, but chewy Chips Ahoy are great, and crunchy Chips Ahoy are just disgusting. Just disgusting. It isn't a chewy Chip Ahoy. Get the fuck away from me. You know, Domino's used to be cardboard. That's not their issue anymore. Actually, Domino's crust is some of the best in nasty fast food chain pizza places. Problem is, now that they spent all that time and money into making crust that wasn't cardboard, everything else sucks. The sauce isn't any good, the cheese isn't any good. Like, they spent their entire budget on crust because they had a reputation of cardboard crust. Crust's good now, but nothing else is. They sacrificed everything else to get that crust, so, ugh. You know what goes underappreciated from Domino's? Because, I mean, if you're going to Domino's, you should be expecting really low-quality fast food kind of crap anyway. But their little oven-baked sandwiches and their lava cakes, they're terrible, like everything else there. But for how much they charge for them, they're well worthwhile. Alright, I got my slidey shoes now. Hooray! McDonald's versus Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box has way more flavor than McDonald's in like every category, so I'm going Jack in the Box on that battle every day of the week. If you need proof that Jack in the Box has more flavor than McDonald's, look no further than Jack in the Box restaurants. Actually, do you guys want me to tell you a culinary secret in the United States? Anyone actually listening to what I'm saying and would be curious to hear about culinary secrets of the United States and how you can easily tell if food is going to be good or bad, especially if you're not from the US. It's a good way to know if food is good or bad from like fast food chains. Alright, so if you ever visit the United States or you live in the United States and you need to know if a fast food chain is good or not, one, they're mostly going to be bad, okay? But regional chains are usually better than national chains. So you have certain chains like Jack in the Box, In-N-Out, to some extent Five Guys and Steak and Shake, Shake Shack, these little burger type places that you don't see everywhere. Fat Burger, you see them in a lot of places, but they're not in like all 50 states, and if they are, there's only a couple locations in each state. So those are usually the best ones, mostly because they haven't franchised out so much, so they still have some sort of quality control over the ingredients and recipes. But if you want to know if one of those is good or not, check for two things. Check how far into the Midwest it's gone, and if it was successful there. So, this is why I tell you this. In the Midwest, anyone from the Midwest or parts of the northern part of the South, they will always tell you that places like In-N-Out, Shake Shack, a lot of places, they'll say they're not good, and they'll say they're overrated, and they'll usually talk about McDonald's being good. It's probably because they have a Midwest or Northern Southern palate. Midwest and Northern Southern palates are very bland. They just like fat and no flavor. They love McDonald's and shit like that because they're very averse to flavors. If you get citrus flavors, heat, any of that, they don't like it. So a restaurant like Jack in the Box will do horribly in the Midwest. They'll close their doors, they won't do well. The reason being is Jack in the Box has a lot of citrus flavors, a lot of different spices. There's a large flavor profile. The Midwest is very averse to flavor profiles. So In-N-Out would never try to come to the Midwest for that reason as well. Five Guys does fine, because Five Guys has no flavor profile. So if you want to know, if you're someone who's from somewhere that's not the United States, you're going to have a developed palate that appreciates flavor profiles. Not every American has that because of certain regional areas not having a developed palate. So, if you research a place like, should I go to In-N-Out or should I go to Fat Burger, we'll see how it did in the Midwest or if it's ever tried to come out to the Midwest. If the answer is it failed in the Midwest or never tried to come out to the Midwest, it probably was pretty good. Jamba Juice is not a fast food place, but it's a beverage place. It failed and never made it to the Midwest because it's good. Baja Fresh is kind of like a version of Chipotle that's not terrible. El Pollo Loco is like a version of healthier chicken than something like Popeyes. None of these places are successful in the Midwest. And so you know they're good because if they're not successful in the Midwest, it means they actually have flavor. So, that's your life hack for eating in the United States. If it's successful in the Midwest, it's very bland flavors, very picky eaters, ketchup and fat lovers. And if it has any flavor profiles outside of that, it's probably not going to make it in the Midwest. So, hopefully that was helpful. Whoops, I didn't mean to click that. Yeah, if you like flavors, stay away from the Midwest. Like, absolutely. The Midwest has no flavor. Dude, Hometown Buffet! I haven't heard that name in a while. Oh, man. I like Hometown Buffet. It's fun, but it's not good, and neither is Golden Corral. But I think I would take Hometown Buffet because at least I know my food probably wasn't shit on by the chefs before I ate it. But I do, every now and then, I might sneak into Golden Corral because if it's steak night, I mean, unlimited, terrible steak, there is an appeal to that for the cheapskate. Even though it's bad steak, you could, eat some rolls and cover it in butter. I don't know. I guess it depends on my mood. They're both awful. So, depending on my mood is what kind of torture do I want. There was something over there. I must be mistaken. Oh. Outback versus Texas Roadhouse. I'm going with Texas Roadhouse on that one. I will say Outback usually has more interesting seasoning on their steaks. They're more creative with how they grill them too. But I found Outback Steakhouse to be very inconsistent. Sometimes they could be great because of all those weird things they do with flavorings, but if the chef at that particular Outback isn't good at what they do, there's a high risk that it'll be over or under seasoned and terrible. Whereas Texas Roadhouse keeps it so basic that you know what you're gonna get, and pretty much every time you're gonna get a good basic steak. It's not like great, but you're not paying top dollar for it either. And have a good basic steak, and then you get that cinnamon butter that they have for their buns or their dinner rolls. Yeah, Texas Roadhouse is the safer option, but you could, in theory, get a better steak from Outback Steakhouse if you get the right one. That's a big risk. Are you asking me if I'm having fun? I'm talking about cuisine while, like, beating video games. Why wouldn't I be? Hey, are any of the people who frequent my channel coaster enthusiasts at all? That's not a very big crowd, but I'm curious if any of you guys are. Probably not. Curiosity. There's only like 26 of you in here, so the odds are even lower if there's any coaster enthusiasts. Roller coaster enthusiasts. You like roller coasters a lot. I'm not a speedrunner. You can clearly see. I'm just playing games that I'm familiar with, so I'm decent at them. I hope so. Scary roller coasters? Roller coasters aren't scary, they're fun. Come on. I find like the floor type rides to be scarier than roller coasters. The ones that they either assembled that day or the ones that just kind of like take you up on a tower or something and there's no actual ride design. I don't like those very much. But actual roller coasters, those are fun. Six Flags or Knott's? Are you talking about like in Southern California, like Six Flags Magic Mountain versus Knott's Berry Farm? But if so, it's not even a contest. Like, obviously, the park of Knott's Berry Farm is much better. More nostalgia. It's beautifully done with the scenery, and I love the Old West vibes of it. And there's something about just the smell of Knott's Berry Farm that's just like amazing. And they don't do the fake smell stuff that Disney does. But obviously, for like roller coasters, Magic Mountain just is probably the best roller coaster park in the United States, if not in the entire world. I know everyone will probably get mad and triggered if I say that if they know anything about Cedar Point, but Cedar Point, while it's a better overall park than Magic Mountain and is probably the best amusement park in the country, its rides aren't as intense overall as Six Flags. Like, Six Flags just has some crazy crap. Six Flags Magic Mountain is the most ridiculous roller coaster park in this country. I'm not going to react to the death battles because they're like an hour long. Like, you don't react to that. Unless you're talking about like those CG render ones. And even still, those are just toxic videos to touch, man. Like the nerd cultures that appreciate those characters fighting each other, they can't talk civilly. If you want any evidence of that, you just watch my Goku versus Superman video. I didn't even say anything that extreme in there, but weebs, man, weeb culture is so toxic that I try to stay away from anything from that culture. It's just not fun to interact with those folks at all when they're in that element. Like, they might be okay talking about other things, but when they're talking about their crap, like, I'm an opinionated guy, and I form my opinions on a lot of objective truths like they do, but there's such a false sense of intelligence in anime culture that's not earned or deserved. So you have a lot of people trying to spout out stuff they wouldn't in other contexts. And it's just annoying, it's toxic, it's frustrating, so I stay away from most things anime. It's just not fun for me. Let's see, I just got the... Yeah, kill this guy. Look, Scott, I would agree with you, but every single thing has toxic minorities, but there is an unbalanced amount of toxicity from anime and weeb culture, so it can't just be a toxic minority, or else it wouldn't be like in anything you do around that culture. It just gets so awful. So I don't think it's a minority, because every subculture of popular anything has a toxic subculture. But I think anime culture is similar to Star Wars culture, and I try to stay away from Star Wars. I've done a lot of Star Wars stuff, but I do it in a careful way where I veil my opinions, and I just try to keep it sarcastic. And maybe I could do that with weeb stuff. The problem is I don't know enough about weeb stuff to really do that with intelligence, so it'd be tough. But yeah, if we're, you know, talking about, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, if we're talking about toxic fan bases, Star Wars, it does not have a toxic minority. It has a very large, cultish, toxic fan base, and I think that's true of almost anything anime as well. It's no longer your standard toxic minority that all fan groups have. It's amplified. Because if you look at Marvel and DC have toxic minority fan bases, but they don't reach the majority status that Star Wars fans and anime fans get. So I disagree with that idea that it's just this minority and you should still go through the media form normal. No, other media forms have that minority toxicity to them, but there are other medias that it's no longer under that minority rule. And yeah, anime would fit that. So it is not a minority. Anime culture is a majority toxicity, just like Star Wars culture. A lot of other things that I generally enjoy. Fairly well. Have a good night. So, I think because the chairs are still on sale, I'm probably going to be ordering a new chair. Like, I think they're still on sale tonight. If they are, I'm going to order a new chair tonight. If they're not on sale anymore, I'm going to cry. But there's some chairs I saw that were on sale that I might order tonight. Not happy about spending that kind of money on a chair, and don't really have that kind of money set aside, but luckily, neither Mrs. Skeem nor I are out of work, so a lot of people are, so it won't kill us to do it. And because I'll be working from home at this point, possibly until May, it just seems like something important to do because my whole family has back problems, and I have to be in this chair a lot more. Like, I get up throughout the day and stuff, but a lot of stuff I have to be in this chair. And it's just not healthy for me, and I don't want to incur, you know, thousands of dollars of medical bills because I cheaped out on the chair. So yeah, I'll probably be getting that soon. How did I fucking just die? I was not paying any goddamn attention. This is not a boss that you should ever die on. Like, now I'm really annoyed. I told you I get mad when I make mistakes, and that was fucking stupid. Mario or Sonic, that's not even a question worth asking. It's really not. Next question. My favorite fruit are apples. Apples are delicious. I would say strawberries, except you can never find strawberries actually ripe where I'm from. So we used to have a strawberry patch, and that kind of ruined strawberries for me. Stop blocking me. Favorite vegetable? I don't know. I don't really eat them plain, but because I eat them in everything else, maybe tomatoes would win. But if we're talking a vegetable that I eat on its own, probably artichoke. Those things are yummy. Sherbet is a type of ice cream, isn't it? So, I don't get it. Tomatoes are not fucking fruits. Like, I know that scientifically they're fruits, but if you actually, like, look into the science of fruits and vegetables, there's what's called a common vegetable and a technical vegetable, I think is the terminology. The last time I checked, it's probably changed because it always changed, but there's like common and like technical. And they say for all intents and purposes, you should go with common because there's no point in identifying something by its technical specification if by all practical purposes it is not that. So if you're trying to actually be intelligent, because part of intelligence is interacting with the world in a way that makes sense, not just in a way that's technically correct. So if you want to actually be intelligent and wise, call tomatoes vegetables, because that's what they're used as and for, you dumb fucks. And yes, in the United States, tomatoes are legally vegetables. So, yeah. Don't be that guy that tries to do technical knowledge bullshit. It ain't the way. Guess I'll kill him next. I like shellfish more than other seafood. I'm not huge on like most things outside of tuna and some sushi, but shellfish, crabs and lobsters and shrimp and oysters and mussels. Oh yeah, all day, baby. All damn day. Look, in Canada, never see... Let me tell you something, Canadian boy. Don't ever judge anything in your life by what Canada makes law. Canada also makes it illegal to talk to someone outside of their preferred pronoun, which is the most insane thing I've ever heard in a country that claims to have free speech. I understand if your country doesn't claim to have free speech, to have that as a law, but Canada tries to pose like they have free speech. I'm like, look, bro, I think it's an asshole move if someone identifies as like a woman to call them a man, because what's it hurting you to call them their preferred pronoun? Fine. But the audacity of me to tell someone else to follow suit with that and to tell someone who is biologically one gender to call them the gender they prefer, and you are not legally allowed to address them by the gender which they technically are? Like, bro, that's kind of fucked up. That's word policing. That's some 1984 shit. Again, if you're like a communist country, China or some shit where you don't even pretend to endorse free speech, that's fine. But Canada, y'all got some shit to work out, man. I'm not gonna take any pointers from how you guys are identifying fruit or anything else, because you got some shit to work out. Blair White's a very interesting person to listen to regarding trans issues, being a transsexual person themselves. They're very much in line with the things that I and a lot of people believe, which is being transsexual is, yeah, that's your life, and we ought to respect people who are like that because it helps lower suicide and shit like that. But to force an ideology on someone that doesn't prescribe to it for something that there's no biological case for, that's, I don't know, that seems a little messed up and a little creepy. I don't want the government imposing any ideologies on anyone, regardless of where they come from, whether that be religious or for the name of tolerance. Once you start to do that, you open a can of worms that you really shouldn't be opening. Right? People are going to get offended, feelings are going to get hurt, life is going to be hard and scary and difficult, and there's going to be bullying, and people are assholes and awful. If you try to sneak in laws to protect people from that, you are giving the government a sort of power that any sane person would not give to their government willingly. I don't think that South Park is trying to make a huge statement with how they draw Canadians. I think they're just kind of pointing out the same thing that I do, which is Canadians are kind of strange, which I do agree with. And it's not because of any other reason than if you've been to Canada, which I have several times, most of it's just very isolated and desolate. There's a few city areas like Vancouver and stuff, but you reflect the regions in which you're from, and that doesn't escape Canada. Like, I think it's interesting. I'll tell you guys something. When it comes to like politics and hot topic issues, I don't know where you fall and I don't care. I'm someone who I'm usually glad with the comments I get when I speak on political issues. And the reason I'm glad about the comments I get is because I'll get hate comments accusing me of being advocate of the far left, and then the next comment accuses me of being an advocate of the far right. So when I get accused from both sides for being the evil person from the other side, I think that usually tells me that I'm on the right path, because any belief of extreme, like if you are, I am a liberal or I am a hardcore conservative, if you're on the extreme, I mean, all the power to you, but I'll tell you, from a logical and objective standpoint, you're probably incorrect in a lot of your views, because if your view is accurate, the extreme opposite of your view usually won't exist and be held by several people. So if there's like a whole group of people that hold polar opposite views to yours, your views are probably not aligned quite right. So I always encourage people to follow paths of moderation in everything, including their political ideologies, and you'll know that you're truly being a healthy version of open-minded and in a moderate alignment if people from both of the extreme sides accuse you for being an enemy of the side against theirs. Big Mouth versus Family Guy. I've not watched Big Mouth. That being said, I'm going with Big Mouth because it's not Family Guy, so it's probably So that's my opinion on that. I've never seen Big Mouth, but I'm just saying Big Mouth's probably better. I know what Big Mouth is. It seems interesting and gross and probably cleverly written. The reason I haven't seen it is because the art style is so gross that I don't want to watch it. Like, I think art style is very important in all forms of media that are visual, and I don't think they really cared about it. I think they just enjoyed making ugly cartoon characters, which is fine. It's just not my thing. South Park's one of the only shows that's done that and gotten away with it for me, because the characters weren't so much ugly as they were cheaply drawn, and I think that's different. Kind of like Ed and Nettie. A lot of people call that show ugly. I didn't ever find the characters to be ugly necessarily, just drawn like a crackhead with a sketchy pencil. So yeah, that's why I haven't watched that, but I'll say it's probably better than Family Guy, because fucking anything is better than Family Guy. I don't think politics are inherently bad. I just think people aren't usually rational or intelligent enough to discuss politics in the right way, so they just become bad. Probably politics in and of themselves aren't to blame. People in the media are to blame for why politics suck. There's a lot of divisiveness and divisive tactics done deliberately to make politics as bad as they are. Simpsons or Family Guy? Again, this isn't a contest. Family Guy is just trash. I know The Simpsons isn't any good anymore, but it doesn't matter. The Family Guy was never good. Family Guy's had like 6 good episodes. Ever. The show has good jokes, but it's not a good show. Stop trying to make it a good show. Good jokes, a good show does not make. And they don't even have good jokes anymore, so they lost that and they still have a terrible show. Alright, what other controversial things do you want me to talk about while I beat Mega Man X? Well, not beat it. We're just killing the first 8 bosses real quick. But give me more awful topics to talk about. Look, if you want controversial jokes done in a way that's actually intelligent and controversial and not just stupid, gross out, lowbrow, under IQ of 100 only allowed, watch South Park. That's all I'm gonna say. Every time someone tries to defend Family Guy, it's very easy to point to a show that does everything Family Guy does, but way better and with more likable characters. In fact, you want a really quick way to find a show that does everything better than Family Guy with better characters? Watch Seth MacFarlane's other show, American Dad. It does everything better than Family Guy. It's a better show. And it's more offensive if you like the offensive humor. So if you want that Seth MacFarlane type of humor done in a way that's just not awful, watch American Dad. Way better show. By the same guy. So it's not that I'm just hating on Seth MacFarlane, it's just Family Guy's just a bad show. There's no way around it. Also, you guys really probably don't appreciate what just happened. That jump I just made to get the arm upgrade is a jump you will see people raging to make for hours on end on YouTube videos, and I just made it on my first shot like it was nothing. So just because you probably missed it, that was probably the first pro gamer moment on this entire fucking stream. Because the first thing I did on this stream that was actually impressive if you know anything about the video games I'm playing right now. Nothing else I've done I would consider at all impressive aside from that first attempt jump. That was actually impressive. So I figured I'd just let you know that you just witnessed a little bit of greatness there. So appreciate it, and we'll move on. If anyone knows what I'm talking about with that jump, you can spam the comments about the fact that I'm not actually bullshitting you, but that was actually impressive to do on your first shot like that. Alright, what other awful things do you want me to talk about that will make this a weird stream for people to watch later? Wait, what was the would you rather? How much more do I need for a chair? Well, like I said, I'm gonna buy a chair. I don't need you guys to pay for a chair for me. I mean, it's not your fault that I'm working from home. The only times I've actually deliberately asked you guys to buy me stuff has been when stuff broke that directly impacts the quality of the content on this channel, and I want to replace it really quickly so I could give you guys more quality content. So people with extra money, sure, throw money at me like to buy a new mic and stuff. But a new chair, that's a me issue. Yeah, I don't want to have back surgery and shit later, but I wouldn't be in this shitty chair all the time if I was just interacting with you guys. That's my other job, so I'm not going to ask you guys to pay for my chair. You guys did so without me asking. You sent a bunch of money, which I appreciate. But yeah, I mean, you guys raised like $200-something. The chair that I'm going to be going after is like about a $360 chair, I think, because it's on sale. I don't know what's going to be after tax and shipping, but I'm just thinking in my head I'm about to drop $400 on a chair. But again, that's cheaper than back surgery, so we'll live. I definitely appreciate the unsolicited donos for the chair. You guys are great about that kind of shit. You're always supporting this channel like it was a big, important channel, which I really appreciate. You guys are great like that. I can't imagine if the fans I have on this channel stay as loyal as this group at the time, like I'm at 1 million, I'm gonna have to go Mr. Beast on it, because I would have so much money if you multiplied this to a channel of 1 million. Like, if I ever became like dumb rich off of YouTube, aside from taking care of my family, I would probably do a lot of philanthropy, because I'm big into that now and I don't even have a lot of money. So I start throwing money at people a ton, except it'd be really fun to do Mr. Beast type stuff in full Skeem outfit. That's where this channel will go if you guys ever made me fucking rich. Is you'd have wee Skeem scaring people on the street but giving them money. Let's kill this guy, because he's weak to Armadillo Dude. No, I wasn't ranting, not that time. Would you rather have all traffic lights as you approach be green, or never have to stand in line again? I'm good at avoiding lines, so I think I'll take the traffic lights. Because the only time I stand in line really anymore are at amusement parks. And I kind of like the lines in that situation because it helps me, you know, recover from the last roller coaster I just rode. And as you guys probably know by now, I have a really shitty back. So recovering between roller coasters is good for me. And other than that, like, fuck, if I'm at the store and I walk in and the lines are really long, I'll just be like, nah, I'll go home, order it on Amazon, and wait for it to ship to me. I can wait. So because I just avoid lines, and it wouldn't be a huge convenience for me, since I'm fine avoiding lines, I'll take the always green lights, because you can't avoid those. Sorry about the epilepsy. That don't sound fun. I hate this level, by the way, guys. Because you could get pushed into spikes by so many different creatures. It's just not fun. It's not cool. It's a dick move. I think the, whoops, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I think this guy. And you switch to this. Because all those little harpoon things they throw at you, the tornado will kill pretty quickly. I live in a suburb area, so neither. I know that yoga helps with back. Look, every time I mention back problems, people try to tell me all the different fixes for back problems. I'm aware of them. Some of them I'm good about, some of them I'm not. But I also, just genetically, my back's going to be bad, and there's certain situations I just can't be in that other people could. No matter how much yoga or exercise I do, genetics are real. So, like, being in an office situation where I can stand, but only periodically, and I'm on, you know, a non-ergonomic chair for up to 4 to 6 hours a day, no yoga or exercise in the world is going to make my back better after all that, or in between all of it, because I just have a back that's, it's not good. The way it's built is built for failure. It's a genetic defect. So I don't need really much advice on the back. I know what to do, and like I said, sometimes I'm not perfect at it, be better, but I take care of my back in general. But I also have to make sure external things like having the right chairs and stuff like that are taken care of as well. A standing desk would be an option, but just with this setup, getting a standing desk is like really not great. Acupuncture is not going to help genetically bad back. Sorry to break that to you, but that's not how it works. Not trying to say anything on acupuncture. I haven't studied the science on it enough, but I do know enough about it to know that it's not going to fix what's wrong with my back. Again, I could do all the yoga in the world. Oh, I thought I saw someone say yoga again. I guess I was missing. But yeah, if I could do yoga to the point that I was like practically a contortionist, not solve all my problems. Mortal Kombat is better than Tekken, if that's what debate I'm seeing right now. I'm not sure if that's what I saw, but if it is, that's my answer. Would you rather be a first person to explore a planet or the inventor of a drug that cures a deadly disease? I'm going with the deadly disease because then I'm rich. Exploring a planet, I'm famous, but I'm not rich. And in today's world, if you're rich, you can just become famous the next day anyway, just because you're rich. So I'm going for the money while also helping save the world. Because if it's like a really bad disease like cancer, I don't even have to charge a lot for it to be filthy rich. So I could still save the world and turn a profit. So yeah. We're definitely making that drug to save the world. And if I'm rich enough, maybe I can build the technology to send someone else on the deadly space mission. else you got? You guys are doing a lot of would you rathers. Like, the floor is open to get me to talk about anything that maybe I wouldn't want to talk about or you're curious about. Like, I get a lot of questions that I refuse to answer all the time that I'm not hearing right now. And if you had asked them right now, I'll answer them. You guys are wasting your stuff. Most anything I'd answer right now. And these questions are pretty damn basic, bitch. KSI and his music, he's fine. I don't think he's anything special. I don't know how his popularity came about. I know he's a YouTube rapper, so maybe he had like other YouTube channel content that made him popular, and then he started rapping. I really don't know the history of KSI. I've just heard a few of his songs, and it's just very forgettable and mediocre, so I don't really have strong feelings about him one way or the other. I mentioned him in one song, in my song Try Me, and my lyric about him was that he was overrated. So overrated obviously doesn't mean innately bad, just means people probably think more of them than they should. And that's all I feel about him. People talk really highly of him, and it doesn't really seem to fit what I've heard of him, so I think it's a bit overrated. Someone else asking about the chair. I don't know. I don't need anything for the chair. But if you're asking how much did you guys donate versus how much am I going to spend on a chair, you guys donated just around $200, and I'm going to probably spend $400 on a chair this weekend. But you don't have to buy me a chair. Is Snack Pack a situation that occurred during you and Mrs. Skeem dating? Man, you are going big and ballsy for the questions. Snack Pack is a situation that actually occurred during me and Mrs. Skeem being married, not dating, married. It also happened during the time of that whole album Bling, where I am strongly dependent on prescription meds that fucked up my life. And I was not taking more than the prescribed amount of any of those meds, by the way. It was just the cocktails on were not good. So yeah, that was a interesting situation Mrs. Skeem and I worked through. Someone got their money's worth on that question. I don't remember who asked it. Ooh, look at that. I had 2 little bars of health left, barely. Do I think trans should be in sports? Yeah, but they should be in sports for the gender that they were born with, because the sports need some level of fairness, and social labeling is not the same as biological actuality, and I think sports should be based on biological actuality, not social labeling. I don't care what sort of therapies or conversions you've gone through. Just keep it easier and keep it more simple. What are you genetically? If I looked at your chromosomal makeup, would you be a male or a female? And that should be what it's based on. Not to offend anyone, not for any hurt feelings. It's just that's what's fair. And sports should have some sort of level of fairness to them. If we do have trans athletes in sports and that becomes the norm, then I mean female sports are dead, because men are biologically superior at sports for almost every sport than women. So I think that female sports have value, and I think if you believe female sports have value, then you would not want trans athletes in female sports. Do I think Donald Trump will be elected again? Probably, because there's not really a good alternative presented, and he drives a lot of passion in his followers. And to be fair, for how much of an asshole and a terrible person he is, his politics haven't actually been that bad. So it's gonna be tough for him not to get reelected. Because aside from this whole COVID thing, the economy's done very well under a lot of the things he's done. Not saying he's good or even a decent president in most ways, but if you compare it to the Democratic candidates, I mean, I could see him getting reelected again. I don't understand how the Democratic Party in the United States has struggled so hard to find a candidate. They have a lot of good people in that party, and just I guess the money and the power isn't in the right places in the Democratic Party. I'm not going to get too far into any sort of conspiracy theories as to why. I just don't think there's been a great candidate positioned to compete with Trump. Your two front runners have been what? Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. Joe Biden seems like he doesn't know what's going on half the time. And Bernie Sanders, I mean, he's not even ashamed to call himself a socialist, which is, I guess, fine, but socialism usually doesn't work very well in countries as large as the United States. Most of the socialist countries that it's actually worked, like full socialism has actually worked for any period more than like 5 or 10 years. They're usually very small countries with small economies, not a lot of global economics like the United States has. So socialism works if you have good people and the right country. Neither of those are true about the United States. So Bernie Sanders doesn't usually look like a good candidate from that perspective, because while his ideas are usually pretty noble and well thought out, they don't make sense in the United States infrastructure, and changing the United States infrastructure to fix that from an economist perspective makes no sense, and everyone loses. So yeah, there's not really been any good opposition to Trump for me to believe that he wouldn't get reelected. I'm not Republican or Democrat. I'm a moderate. I vote for issues, not parties or people. So I vote based on which representative fits my opinion on issues at that time. If that's Republican, Democratic, third party. Oftentimes libertarians fall in line with what I believe, so I often find myself voting yellow, the Libertarian Party. But I'm not loyal to that party either. I think being loyal to a party is a grave error, and it also leads to lazy reasoning and voting based on people and personalities rather than actual political impact, which I think is dangerous. I also think it's more important to be aware of your local government, especially in the US, than your federal government, because they have a larger impact on you, and that's where most of your voting power actually is. The United States is a republic, not a democracy. So it is not made in a way that you have much of a say on federal things. That's why there's an electoral college and all that. The average everyday Joe, based on how the country is built, is known to be too stupid to make good decisions. So they don't get to make those decisions. So your local representatives make those for you. If Democrats would drop gun control, they could gain a decent jump in moderate support. I mean, sure. You could make that case that more Republicans would be attracted to the Democratic Party if they would drop gun control, but I think isn't that something that's a big like principle issue for a lot of Democrats? That'd be kind of weird for them to drop. I think they have a moral conviction on that, one that plenty of people don't agree with, but I forgot that I was supposed to kill the boomerang guy before him, because this is actually the hardest boss on this game. So we'll see if I beat him without boomerang guy powers, but I made a grave error in trying to battle Chameleon Boy without beating Boomerang Man. I wasn't paying attention. I was answering your guys' questions. And then when I got to him, I was like, wait a minute, I wasn't supposed to be on this boss. I mean, inflation's a thing that happens everywhere. You shouldn't compare. I think here's an error in inflation studies. Well, not studies, just the way that the media or other people interpret it. Inflation happens because debt happens, war happens, everything happens, the dollar becomes fluctuated, blah, blah, blah. But if you want to know what the true value of your currency is, you need to weigh it to like global currency standards. So the dollar is, as far as trade value, like use, it's probably the strongest global currency because it's the most commonly used. And then as far as worth per unit, it's like 2 or 3. So the dollar is still an extremely powerful currency from a global standard. And when it comes to economics, all that matters is a global standard, not what the dollar itself is worth. It's what is it worth compared to everything else, because money is all an imaginary construct anyway. So all that matters is how much is your money worth compared to the rest of the world. So saying that the dollar used to be worth $30, while it's technically true, it's also not relevant because people also make a lot more dollars than they did in 1901. So That's a silly stat to pull out that really isn't relevant to the truth of economics. Because if you were making what people made in 1901, then that's a relevant point to bring up, because then everyone would be poor and dying. But we're not making what people made in 1901, because it's just the global economics has changed, but the American dollar is still an extremely powerful currency, so we're doing well. We're fine. Ooh, someone just asked about abortion. Fun. Okay, so abortion I have two different views on. I have my moral view and my legal view. So for a lot of hot topics, I have a moral position and a legal position. So what I mean by that, if you've been on this stream a while, earlier we were talking about Canadian laws, and I said anytime you try to impose a law based on like some sort of ideology, I will not support it. The same is true if we're talking about a law that would support my own ideology. So in my own ideologies, I would say that no abortion should be legal no matter what. I don't care. It doesn't matter. No abortion should be okay. That would be my moral conviction. But I don't think the law should be based on my or anyone else's morality. So, my legal conviction is we need to do a better job of defining life the same way we define death. And it's very easy to do from a psychologist's perspective. So we define death as when the brain no longer works, okay? So that's a pretty easy way to define death. Once there's no brainwave activity, you're dead. You're not coming back, you're gone. So we should define life by the same terms. Once you have brainwave activity, you're alive and your life is worth defending. That usually happens between 6 and 8 weeks after conception. You have brainwave activity. And that's when I think a child should be legally deemed alive. They have a brain that works. So if we say you're legally dead when your brain stops working, I believe you are legally alive when it starts working. Because all the stuff we base it off of now have no biological or scientific basis. This idea that being born means anything is not true. A kid could be, 6 months in, 7 months in, and you could remove it from the mom and it lives on its own, yet an abortion's still legal at that point. If we went by current abortion standards, then you should be able to abort your baby about 2 or 3 months after it's born, based on developmental standards. And I don't know about you guys, but I think if we have a scientific standard that says a 2 or 3 month old baby is allowed to be killed, that seems pretty barbaric and fucked up. And I actually think that you fast forward 50 years and the abortion laws we have now will probably be considered barbaric, or society will have collapsed as a whole. One of those two things. We're either going to consider current abortion laws barbaric, or we're going to collapse as a society. Because scientifically speaking, with brain development, a 2 or 3 month old baby is the same as a baby who's gestated about 8 months. And you can abort a baby at that term. So my legal view on abortion is it should be illegal after 6 weeks, because that's the point in which a lot of babies have brain activity. And I think once you have a brain that works, you're alive, and you have a right to be alive. Your mama had some time. If it was a mistake, if it was rape, if it was incest, get your abortion. Mistake, rape, incest, done. You got 6 weeks, so get a pregnancy test. Most of them are pretty free or dollar store anyway. You can find out if you're pregnant. You've been having sex and you don't want a baby, check. That's your responsibility. Life has consequences and responsibilities, but it's not the baby's fault. And that baby has a brain. In 6 weeks, that works. It deserves to live. So, again, morally, I don't believe in abortion at all. But my moral opinion should not influence the law. What should influence the law are the scientific and legal truths. And scientifically and legally, a baby has a brain that works at 6 weeks. And when abortion laws were made, none of this was known. If this was known and brought at Roe v. Wade as a legal defense, there's no way we would have legalized abortion. Problem is, no one's bringing it to court anymore, so we just are stuck with really antiquated and ignorant abortion laws, and it's very sad. And it also hasn't helped with overpopulation, which was one of the big designs of it, or poverty, or anything else that it was supposed to help with. So it's not helping society, and it's just barbaric. We might as well be being like the Aztecs and throwing babies off of stairs. I'm not even saying that as like an exaggerated allegory. That's literally how bad it is with how flippant we are with abortions. We really, as a society, should be very ashamed of ourselves. And we veiled it under this idea of choice for women, and it's disgusting. There's no other way to put it than disgusting. Again, that is not me talking about, oh, because it's wrong. I'm like, no, scientifically, it's fucked up. Alright, what else do we got? I told you I wasn't going to beat this guy. I'm just going to end up with a game over because I accidentally went against the wrong boss. Just kill me. I'll get my code or whatever. It's not game over yet? How many lives did I have? My word. Still have another one? Alright, I guess I have to try to kill him. I'll use the homing rockets or something. What do I think of the iDubbbz simp accusations? Okay, so from what I understand of what a simp is, he's not a simp because I think a simp is the guy that does anything for a girl and gets nothing in return, or the girl doesn't bring anything of value. And clearly he's been dating this girl, so he gets stuff out of it. He's not just pining after a girl that he may never get or doesn't have now. So as far as like simp, no, but that's really not all that's going on, right? I think what people are really having an issue with is the idea of him, like, being suddenly okay with dating an internet whore. I mean, she's literally an internet whore, right? I'm not saying that as, like, an insult. I'm saying she sells her body for money online. She's, by definition, an internet prostitute or an internet whore. And I'm not too familiar with iDubbbz, but I've seen several, you know, with all this stuff, and I like, you know, checking on some internet drama. Seen plenty of clips of him where he does speak about issues the same way I just did, very matter-of-factly, that, like, if you sell your body on the internet, like, all the power to you, but you're an internet whore. So I think really what's coming into question is, how okay is this guy with it? Really? Is he being honest with the idea that he's okay with this, considering what he said about it in the past? Is he really okay with this kind of an open, ambiguous relationship? My bottom line is, why does it fucking matter? It's his business, it's his life. It's not an uncommon situation. Porn stars and shit date. Like, why should it matter? And I guess maybe it matters if people think that he's in like a bad situation and he's like brainwashed by it, and the bros are trying to save him. But that's not what it seemed like when I've read kind of the stuff. Now, what do I think about this girl and iDubbbz? Look, I don't know her or whatever. But the fact that she wasn't doing it before they were dating, and now she is, and he didn't seem too involved with that. Yeah, I'd say this relationship's gonna end poorly, and we might get a funny video later of him like being pissed off about it. I think he's dumb, and he's definitely a bit either like, I don't know, manipulated or something. That's about as far as I'm gonna go, because it's, who cares, it's not my relationship. But those are my thoughts. All I see is cannibalism. A lot about cannibalism. The simp question was a lot more entertaining. So we're talking about moral moral cannibalism. So I'm guessing the idea of like people who die, you eat them, or people who commit suicide because they're miserable, you eat them. First of all, I think there's a lot of health ramifications to that. It's not usually healthy for humans to eat human meat. In fact, a lot of animals in the animal kingdom get sick when they eat human meat, so I don't think it's a healthy solution. I also just think there's so many better, less ridiculous solutions to the problems that addresses, that entertaining the idea is just kind of like 13-year-old trope and not actually realistic. So, that's my thought on that. I don't have a favorite. I don't have favorites in most things. If you guys ask me favorite anything, I'm really not going to answer. One of the few things I have a favorite of is a favorite song, and that's I Miss You by Blink-182. But I usually don't have favorites. And my favorite color is red, so. Thoughts on overpopulation? I mean, we're decently overpopulated as a society. It wouldn't be so bad except for the type of technology we use. Like, I think global warming and stuff like that is more of a product of overpopulation and deforestation than, like, carbon emissions from cars. And that's just because the science behind it shows that deforestation and food production really has way more to do with climate change than carbon emissions. It's very true. So yeah, it's an issue. Is it like a doomsday issue? Probably not. I don't think climate change is going to doom the world. I think it's going to extinct a lot of cool species of animals, and a lot of tropic areas are going to suck. So I think it's very sad. I don't believe the Earth is so fragile that all our natural resources will go away and humanity will slowly die. That's just really stupid and far-fetched. But yeah, I think we are changing the landscape of the world in a negative way, and we're not being very responsible with nature. But a big reason for that is just there's too fucking many of us. And I don't know, do you do population control, whatever? I don't think that's the answer. I really think the answer would be better farming. Like, we need to spend the money on massive layered greenhouses and have artificial farming rather than just tearing down forests for farming. We need to stop using stuff like palm oil and deforesting rainforests. People driving electric cars, yeah, there is value to that, but it's not an overall huge solution. So, yeah, I think most of the hype, the extremist hype on climate change is absolutely fueled by desire for government control and a power and money grab, like most political scare tactics are. But it's not that it's completely scientifically unbased. Climate change and global warming are real. Causation is really what's more up for debate and what's not scientifically presented honestly all the time. Because the solutions aren't clean. We want to hear a study that's like, oh, and here's the easy solution. I just wish people would drive hybrids and then everything would be better. Yeah, that'd be nice if it was true. But the reality is it's a lot more complicated than that, and we have to change entire infrastructures and how we get food and crap like that to actually start to fix the problem. And the other issue is one of the main reasons most companies aren't willing to do that is because they know the actual ramifications of the problem, while horrible, are not life-threatening for the majority of the world. This whole idea that our kids will have like this dead world. No, they'll just have a much more boring world without, you know, a lot of the pretty rainforests and without a lot of wildlife. But humans will be just fine, unfortunately. Kind of suck. That's my feelings on whatever that question was. Overpopulation. Yeah, people who force their pets to be vegan and have that kind of unhealthy shit, like, there's no reason to really address or talk about that kind of stuff. Because I think instinctually, anyone who's not completely indoctrinated into a very far-leaning ideology is going to be able to look at that and just go, yeah, that's right. I don't even need to make a point or do a study. Humans just kind of innately know when something's stupid and wrong, and that falls into that category. Would you rather be able to control animals but not humans, or control electronics? Don't we already control electronics? Like, I'm controlling electronics right fucking now. By putting inputs into this electronic, I am making Mega Man go. I am controlling electronics. You're gonna have to elaborate what the fuck you mean by controlling electronics. You're talking like brain power? I can make your Mega Man do what I want him to do? That's stupid. Animals. All day animals. At least I could have some fun with it. I feel like controlling electronics only has like evil scientist ramifications, no like casual fun use. Thoughts on anti-vaxxers? I think we could refer to the last thing I just said when someone mentioned like Onison and his dogs are vegetarian or some stuff, where you just have things that like, there's so much in the commonplace of knowledge that you know that this view is based in some sort of deep-seated religious or emotional fear ideology that it's not going to be taken seriously by anyone who actually has good critical thinking skills, right? Like, kind of like flat earth, anti-vaxxers, a lot of cultish religions, not any religions, but cult-based religions. All these things, if someone on the outside looking in with any sort of reasonable awareness, you're gonna be like, I don't have to dig too deep to know that's wrong. So these are items that you won't catch me talking on unless it's in deep sarcasm, because they're just not worth the energy or effort, because there's only two sorts of audiences you'll get to that. You'll either get the people who actually believe these things and they'll be very offended by anything of truth or reason, or you'll get people who don't and they'll just get riled up and angry and like, how can people believe this? There's nothing positive to be gained from that, even in a sarcastic manner. So I usually just don't deal in those kind of topics. I see a lot of religion talk. I talked about religion for a little while on my Discord. I helped someone who is an atheist give better arguments for being an atheist, because while I didn't agree with him, I didn't think his arguments... Well, a lot of his arguments were good, but a couple of his arguments were really flawed, so I gave him better ones. That's the kind of person I am. If you argue against me and I like you well enough, and you bring decent enough arguments, I'll try to give you better arguments for your side. I believe that there's God. And I kind of have a C.S. Lewis version of Christianity, which I call agnostic Christianity. C.S. Lewis would kind of say, I think God's real, I think Jesus is significant to that, and he's probably like the answer to all of it, but I really don't know how it works. I don't think it's possible, but it seems likely. That's kind of where I am. And it would take me too long to explain why that's where I am, but I would be, the closest thing would be a Christian, but I'm definitely not a traditional Christian by any stretch of the imagination. But I do think that they have kind of the roadmap. I don't think the Bible is some infallible God-written document, because we know the history of where it actually came from, but I think there's a lot of validity there. God doesn't exist because of war. That's the problem of evil. I already have a video talking about the problem of evil and why it's a really silly argument against God. There are much better arguments to be made against God. Here's what I'll always say. In arguing for or against God, first of all, you need to go into that argument knowing that there's no end to it, because if there was a solid answer, there would be no conversation around it. You also need to go into it knowing if you strongly believe or don't believe in God, you're not the one who figured it out, so don't treat the other person like they're the one who hasn't figured it out, but you are. It's just arrogant and silly. Lastly, whether you believe or don't believe in God, but you want to argue about it or talk about it, a lot of your arguments, whether you know it or not, are going to be emotionally based arguments, and none of those arguments are any good. So stick to an intellectual conversation, and if the person you're talking to can't, it's probably just not going to be a good conversation. Emotionally based conversations regarding God and religion are probably best saved for times of crisis, or times when someone is actually like, I need help. Can a God figure help me? Or I'm in crisis and I've always believed in God and I don't know where God is. Those are times for emotional arguments, but just your intellectual conversation when you bring emotional things like, well, God can't be real because of war. That's an emotional argument. That's not based on actuality. It's based on how you feel about something. Leave that out. Furries? I don't understand furries. Like, I'm always like, is it a sex thing? And then they're like, no, it's not a sex thing, but then there's like a lot of porn, so it seems like a sex thing. I'm like, it's fine if it's a sex thing, that's cool. No, it's like a whole identity that I have. It also fucks. I'm like, how often does that identity fuck compared to other activities? Because it seems like it's like a 95-5 sort of thing. 5% that you're at the convention, you're not allowed to fuck, so you don't. But then as soon as it's over, you're in like some furry orgy, so... I feel like it's a sex thing that people just won't admit is a sex thing. Kind of like bronies, the grown man who liked My Little Pony. I'm pretty sure that's a sex thing too. So I prefer my sex things to be openly sex things. I don't like when they're veiled under some sort of fake fandom. If that's your kink, let it be your kink, and I'd respect it more and be like, cool. So I don't like that it's like a covertly sex thing. Just embrace it being a sex thing and we can get along. David says, according to your Bible, God created death, war, famine, and pestilence. I don't know whose Bible you're talking about or what that reference is, but that's definitely an emotional argument. You could just tell by the tone of it. So I'd say it's probably not a good one wherever you're going. So again, those are the type of arguments I'm saying you should avoid. It just means you have some very emotionally attached roots to your argument. Your argument's not going to be any good. And where those attachments come from, who knows? Maybe the church hurt you at some point, or maybe you just argued this point so many times that now you were like in love with it. I don't know. But it's just going to be bad arguments, right? Anything that's that attacking or that, like, whatever. An equivalent to that, right? The argument that you said, like, what was it? Something about your God did all these awful things. The equivalent emotional argument for a Christian would be, well, according to atheists, there's no point to living, so we might as well just go murder and rape everyone because everything's just random, so why can't I just be an animal? That's an emotional argument that you know is not a good argument, is going to be defeated very easily, but it's an argument that you'll hear religious people make, and it's just an emotional one. So the argument, David, that you just made is really equivalent to a Christian saying, well, if you're an atheist, you should just rape and murder people because life is pointless anyway. And I think you would know that that's a very silly and stupid argument that's easily dismantled, and so is what you just said. So just be careful with those arguments. They're just not good. They don't produce any good conversation. They're not good. They're not healthy arguments. Oh, you believe in God but not the Bible? That's fine. But again, just overly aggressive emotional arguments are just not good. Just avoid them. There's better arguments. There are better arguments. Do you think that God would have a hell? Hell is one of those things that does really kind of confuse me. Because morally, like, an eternal consequence doesn't seem justified by a short life, right? When you think about the moral cause and effect, it doesn't make much sense for what you did in 70 years to determine an eternal fate. But also, would what you did for 70 years justify an eternal reward? I like the way that C.S. Lewis views this again. C.S. Lewis, when he writes about hell, he says that hell isn't necessarily fire and brimstone. It's pain and misery because you're separated from God. But people continually choose to be separated from God for all of eternity, and theoretically, if they decided to choose God while they were in hell, they could somehow make it to heaven. And he has a couple books on this that put that into allegorical imagery. And I think that's a way that I'm comfortable looking at it because it doesn't really completely contradict the works that we have that are supposedly inspired by God, which those works need to have some sort of validity for us to believe in God in the first place. And it doesn't completely go against that, but it also makes more philosophical sense to say that hell can be eternal if people who chose hell on earth continue to do so in death. And that can be seen very easily in people who, like, they say, I believe in God if I saw a miracle, but you know if that person saw a miracle, they would rationalize it. So it would never change anything. So the idea is you just multiply that by infinity. They die, they find themselves in some sort of an afterlife situation, but that person most likely would still be like, yeah, this isn't the afterlife of the Bible. I know that was wrong. This is just maybe my brain playing a neurological trick on me forever, or just some other mecca or something else, and I'm just going to do whatever I want. And then they'll just always kind of be upset and miserable because that's how they live. So that's the C.S. Lewis version of hell. And I think it's the only one that makes philosophical sense without just completely ignoring what's in biblical text. And I could see the argument of hell not being eternal for humans, but eternal for other entities. There's a lot of stuff there. But that's my short version. What else do you guys got? I'm bored of the religion talk. We kind of went over it. It's just one of those things you can talk about it forever. You're not going to really get too many places. It's a very personal sort of faith at the end of the day, whether it's to believe or not believe, and it's going to take, you know, a lifetime of conversations and other things. No one's changing their mind right now, so what else do we got? Oil and fish are both terrible ideas. Forced to dance every time you heard music, or forced to sing along every song you heard. I already dance and sing along for like everything, so no one needs to force me. So the question is irrelevant to my lifestyle. Favorite pet? Dogs. Want a disco pee-pee. I don't even know what a disco pee-pee is, so we're gonna skip that. Favorite game growing up was Mega Man X, the game I'm playing right now. The favorite game right now is Doom, just because I've been on a Doom kick. My current favorite game always changes, but Mega Man X was absolutely my favorite game growing up. This game right here. Here we are still playing it many, many years later. Would I rather be completely insane and know that I'm insane, or completely insane and believe that I am sane? I don't know if you could technically be insane and know it, and if you knew it, that would actually alleviate a lot of your insanity. Because you wouldn't be fully aware of it. Like, you could be aware of it in the sense that you know you hallucinate, but you don't know when you hallucinate. It's a confusing question. And it's basically a question of, is ignorance really bliss? I really don't know. I think either option is bad, so I don't really care. Usually if you do an either or and either option's really bad, it's one of those where I'm like, I'm really not that invested in the question anymore, because either way that would suck. So I don't really care. Okay, so Juice WRLD, okay, let me say this. Hold on. I don't like using the terms tragic passing if it's of someone's own deliberate fault. I think tragic passing really should be reserved for folks who died tragically out of no fault of their own. Otherwise, we kind of dumb down the meaning and we over-glorify people who don't deserve it. So I'd like to start there. I think it's sad that he died so young, and it's sad that he made such a poor decision, but I wouldn't call it a tragic passing. I think suicide is a lot more tragic than drug overdose, especially in the situation that this person overdosed. This person overdosed because they took a bunch of drugs that they were trying to smuggle into another country, okay? That's not tragic, that's stupid. Suicide can be tragic because you're probably dealing with the mental illness your whole life that was probably improperly treated, because we treat mental illness so terribly. Sometimes suicide is just a selfish, awful decision. It really depends, but it's hard to say, so if someone labels suicide as tragic, I'm probably not going to argue it as much. But Juice WRLD died because he took a bunch of drugs he was trying to smuggle in. That's not fucking tragic. That's a dumb mistake by an immature kid. It's sad because he was so young and he could have grown up and maybe grown out of it. Kobe Bryant dying was tragic. But aside from not liking the tragic verbiage you used, I think it was just unfortunate. I would think, what do you think about the unfortunate or untimely death of Juice WRLD? Would probably be better terms than tragic. I don't know, my few interactions with him directly and indirectly were annoying. I guess the way that he died did not surprise me based on my interactions with him. He was an immature guy, but he was a kid, so it's not like I have some strong hate for him. I didn't like the music I made for him. I didn't like how it was used or treated. I didn't like the messages in most of his songs. I didn't like how popular it was, or what they did with the melodies. So musically, I didn't have attachments to him. I know he was a decent freestyler, but just the way he decided to make his music wasn't appealing to me. What he did with my melodies, I didn't like. And he just didn't genuinely seem like a good person, right? He might have had that potential, but my interactions with him didn't lead me to believe this is a good guy. And dying of eating drugs you were trying to smuggle also doesn't warrant this was a good guy. And I think when we mourn like tragic deaths of people like that, I'm like, no, we should instead say this dude was doing fucking stupid stuff. Don't do it or you'll be dead too. Like call stupid stuff stupid stuff. And what he did was stupid stuff. He lived his life doing stupid stuff and he died doing stupid stuff. That doesn't mean he deserved to die. That doesn't mean I hate the guy. I call things what they are. And his death was a dumb mistake made by a kid, and I wish he would have lived long enough to maybe grow out of it and become a better person. Unfortunately, his life ended with him not being that great of a dude from what I saw of him. Maybe behind some closed doors I didn't see, he was a really good dude. I mean, he was a talented guy. I didn't like his music. It doesn't mean he wasn't talented. And David, yeah, I worked with him somewhat indirectly, but somewhat directly when I was doing music production for rap artists as a ghost producer. So we're not doing the Sigma Tower, but we beat the 8 baddies. If you were keeping track of what we just did, we beat the 8 baddies and we got every armor piece. That was kind of what I said I was going to do when we started playing Mega Man X, was I was going to get all the armor pieces and beat the core bad guys. That's what we did. So I'll keep talking with you guys about random crap, but I'll play Mario The Lost Levels while I do that, because The Lost Levels, which originally was going to be Mario 2 in the US, but they were like, this game's punishingly hard and no one would like it. So we got the Mario 2 game, which is actually a ripoff of another really weird game with like Arabic themed characters that was used for like a carnival or something. It's literally just a skinned mod of that that they stole and took as their own. Kind of funny. But we'll play this because it's gonna make me rage. So Unfair Mario. I'm gonna run downstairs and grab a drink though. I hope to come back to intriguing questions to talk about when I come back in a moment. All right. So, any good questions? What celebrity death impacted you the most? For me, it was Robin Williams, and it funny, really hurt me, blah, blah, blah. Chester Bennington impacted me the most. It was Robin Williams until Chester Bennington died. Bennington, blah, blah, fuck, my God. Yeah, so it was Robin Williams until Chester. That was a trump card for me. Has Mrs. Skeem ever expressed significant doubt about YouTube enough for you to second guess it as an impossible revenue stream? Alright, so I've been in music and artistic paths my entire adult life and much of my teenage life, and I had a lot of failed projects in that time. But I was always of the mindset, oh dear God, I was always of the mindset that eventually I'd find the right angle or audience or style that would be successful. I never had any moments of doubt that I'd get further along, and I had a couple of decently successful projects like this, and then I always knew. Now, Mrs. Skeem, yeah, it's not that she had moments of doubt, it's that she perpetually and consistently always was very confident that I would never make any money on any sort of artistic thing I did. That was less a reflection of me individually, so much as her personality, and knowing, like, just, she's an analyst, okay? That's her job. So she's all about numbers and statistics, and so all she's looking at is you have talent, which doesn't mean enough. You're interesting to some people, which doesn't mean enough. And so she was just looking at the odds of anyone making any sort of thing, and she said the odds don't work out, so it's not a good use of time. So, yeah, Mrs. Skeem has always been very reluctantly supportive. She's the most supportive of this because it's been consistent money now. But she's always been very reluctantly supportive, and if you're looking for a significant other to be like your cheerleader and to be like, oh, I believe in you, you can do it. Some are like that, some aren't. But if yours is not, you need to just be very aware of what do they critique and see what's valid and what's probably coming more from their own negativity, and improve based on the critiques they give you that are valid, and learn to tune out the critiques they give you that are less than valid, because they're coming from them, they could be a lot more impactful and could put you really far behind. So it's just good to be aware of that. And it's something that I was very keenly aware of as we went on in our relationship. But yeah, she's very engaged and supportive now, obviously, as you know, but no, she wasn't like my biggest fan or the one that was always like, I believe in you, you're gonna make it, like, you know, they would put in Hollywood. That's not how it was. Mrs. Skeem and I have been together for what? 7 years, and we've been married for... Oh, God. I hate dates and numbers. I'm awful with them. We've been married for what, 5 or 6, and we've been together for 7 or 8? Something like that? Something like that. Close enough. Wait, no. We started dating in, like, 2011, so we've been together for, like, 9 years. Married for 6 or 7. Something like that. I don't know. Mrs. Skeem knows. She's my dates. I know when the dates are for, like, our date. We started dating on January 18th of some year, and we got married on May 18th of some year. So she's the year tracker. I know the dates to give presents. That's what's important. Let's just play Mario 3. It's much more fun. She hasn't been opposed to Wii Skeem the way I've used him. She very much supports it because I am very careful with how I incorporate him. So there's been no argument or hesitation there. There will be a second Wii Skeem, most likely. In like a year or so. Hey, I didn't want to exit. Come on now. The first gaming system I owned was the Super Nintendo. Why? Start. I want to start. I'm clicking the start button. Why is the start button exiting? Since when does start mean exit? Do I think technology is a phase? What kind of a dumbass question is that? No, technology is not a phase. Technology is a constant. Well, I was old enough to have had a Nintendo. We just... like a regular Nintendo. That's about as old of a console as I could have had. But... we were too poor. Hell, we were too poor for the Super Nintendo. I don't know how that happened. Okay, so none of the buttons are working to start the game. Start button. In theory, would start the game, but it doesn't work. I guess this emulator's broken as shit. Alright. I really want to play Mario 3. I guess we gotta settle for Mario 2, guys. Woof. Yeah, I'm playing on an SNES emulator. I have like 6 different versions of Super Nintendo, Classic, and all, and you know, these games on Switch and all that kind of crap, and my Game Boy. It's just, I'm not gonna spend money on the streaming card, capture card, because, I mean, these streams are fun for me to do and hang out with you guys, but they don't make enough money for me to drop a couple $100 on a card. If they got more popular, generate a bigger audience, you know, more people watch it after the fact, more people are like, we need these and donate and shit, sure. I put money into the parts of the channel that spit money back out. This isn't one of those yet, so I'm not gonna buy a, you know, stream card or capture card or whatever it's called. If this got more popular on this channel, yeah, I'll get a capture card. We'll play some Nintendo Switch games. We won't have to emulate Mario. We could play the real deal. But we're not there yet, kids. We are not there yet. Blink-182 is great. I don't know why Blink-182 has been brought up, but I love Blink-182. What series or videos have you been unhappy about? Either feeling it was too popular for how dumb it was, or Well, I've never released a video that I was mad was popular. Like, because I'm not going to deliberately release trash, so if something's popular, that's not going to upset me. That seems like a really whiny bitch thing to do. Oh, I made content and it was popular. Wah. Like, who the fuck is doing that? Dear God, what kind of emo YouTube channels are you watching? As far as what videos have I been unhappy with, or series is? I know there's been a couple that I remember watching back and being like, this isn't that great. I'm trying to remember what those are. I kind of block them out of my mind, I guess. I'll have to think about it, because I know there's some videos on this channel that I'm not a huge fan of, that I was like, that didn't come out as well as I wanted it to. But their names escape me. The thing that surprised me the most was Skeem versus Stream. I didn't think that would get 20,000 views on it. That was the most surprisingly popular thing I've released. More so than Joker versus Pennywise, because I figured that video would be very popular. Like, I remember when I was releasing it, I was super specific on exactly what time I released it, what sort of tags I was gonna use. I kind of accidentally created the Jason Todd meme on purpose, because when that moment of the video happened, I thought, I bet I can really manipulate the algorithm if I got a lot of people to comment about this. Now, at the time when I made the comment, I was only unsure of if I was right about the bar being a reference to that. I had no idea I was wrong on which Joker it was, and that would become on which Robin it was, and that would become a meme. But the only thing I was unsure about in my head was that bar actually a reference to that moment, and am I remembering that moment where the Joker beat up a Robin happened? But I figured nerds love to comment about shit, especially if you're right or wrong about something obscure, so I'll encourage people to comment about it, and that'll make this video even more popular, which it fucking did, but then it started a meme on accident. But, yeah, I was not surprised that video did well, because it was very deliberate, but I was very surprised that Skeem versus Stream did so well. What inspired me to make music? I don't know, being a suicidal emo kid, probably. And then, do I ever see myself doing a face reveal? Yeah, I've told you guys this a bunch of times. Give me 1 million subscribers, I'll do a face reveal. I'll probably cry in that fucking video. Because that would actually mean that I did a project that got to a level that I would consider I was actually famous. I don't care if in 2020 standards 1 million on YouTube isn't famous. For this old hat, if 1 million people know who the fuck you are, that's famous enough. So yeah, if I had 1 million subs, aw, I died. You'll get a face reveal. And I'll call out a lot of assholes who've given me shit my whole life. Dark black hair. Why dark black hair? I'm confused as to why that's what you want to see. No, I don't consider myself famous. Oh, emo style, I got it. Oh no, I'm doing a face reveal if you guys get 1 million subs. And I'll never show my face again after that video, probably. So, if you don't want the mystery broken, just don't watch that video. Pretty easy. Anyone who I actually hated, I don't think I put enough energy into people that I don't see on a regular basis for hatred. It just seems like a lot of wasted energy. But people who I've interacted with on YouTube that I didn't particularly care for, I didn't particularly care for Dax when I interacted with him, when he was in my DMs. I wasn't a huge fan of his. Who else? I don't know. He's the first name that comes to mind is like a decently big-named YouTuber who I interacted with who I wasn't like crazy about. But I don't know, most YouTubers are pretty much what you see is what you get in general, so most of the ones who I find annoying on YouTube I just don't interact with, so I mean, it's pretty easy to avoid people you don't like in the oh, how did that hit? Oh well. It's easy to avoid people you don't like in the YouTube community because you kind of already know what sort of person they are. How do I rap without repeating myself? Well, I mean, that's like any genre of music. How do you make any music without repeating yourself? There's gonna be some repetition and themes and whatever else. You just have to be creative in how you say stuff, what you say, and actually have a purpose to your lyrics, and then it's pretty easy to give them depth and complexity. Do I like my name? I made this name. Why wouldn't I like it? Or are you talking about my legal name? In which case, I like that name too. The most fun collab was probably with Blindsight, because Blindsight is one of my favorite people I've met on YouTube. He's just a really genuine, fun guy. He's got a daughter. We talk on Instagram all the time. Blindsight's legally blind, but he could see like through like a pinhole. And because I'm, you know, a sarcastic asshole, I've made sure that the only person in like the YouTube world who has seen my face is Blindsight. Because I thought it'd be funny that the only guy that's seen my face is a blind guy. So that's my humor. But my collab with Blindsight called On Fire, that was the most fun, because Blindsight's just, that's how I met him. Like, I knew who he was, and I liked his rap, and so I messaged him, and at the time when I messaged him, I had like maybe 200 subscribers, 200 or 300 subscribers, and he had like 4,000. And I was like, dude, I know that I'm a nothing channel, and you're a lot larger than my channel, but I've heard you through Crypt. I like your music. I'd like to do a song with you. And he was just super cool about it. He's like, yeah, let's do it. And we did On Fire. I made the beat specifically with him in mind, and he thought it was like the weirdest beat ever, and he loved that I did some crazy beat, and it's a fun, sarcastic, crazy song. And we're gonna do something again together. We just haven't figured out what, but that was the most fun I had on collab, because it started what would end up being a friendship that still continues now. And yeah, we're just outside of all the YouTube nonsense. We're actually, I would consider him one of the few people I've met on YouTube that's actually a friend. And it froze. Oh, now it unfroze just to hit me. Thanks. Skeem's doing well. What do you think about other reaction channels? I find reaction channels to be boring and tedious to watch. The only reaction channel I ever was interested in was Crypt. He's not really a reaction channel, he does a lot of stuff, but he was the only quote-unquote reactor I ever watched that I had any interest in. That might be why my reactions are so different. It's because I just find reactions so boring that I really am not copying the style of any reactor that I've watched. I just can't stomach them. Oh, what Dizzy 8 did for Loser? No, Loser was a follow-up. My real diss on Dizzy 8, because Loser wasn't even a diss, it was just me reminding him the score that I have way more subscribers than him. If you want to hear me actually diss Dizzy 8, that happened in a song called The Art. And Dizzy 8 and the issue I had with him is he ran this contest. And I did not want any part of a contest because I don't like contests at all. But he was running a contest and I got a bunch of messages, people saying, please go into Dizzy 8's contest, go into Dizzy 8's contest. And I decided I would use that contest as a way to make sure nobody ever asked me to do a contest again. So my contest entry was literally lyrics comprised of all the reasons that people like me, in other words, weird ass people, shouldn't do contests because my music's not mainstream. It's not what anyone's looking for those type of contests. Not that it doesn't fit in anywhere. It's just I'm not the type of music that kind of contest is looking for. So the lyrics were literally me talking about all the reasons why weirdos and people like me shouldn't be joining contests for the mainstream. And that was supposed to be the end of it. I wasn't expecting to win. I wasn't trying to. I was making a statement. And I went onto his live where he was announcing the winners or whatever else. And a background on his contest, he made this contest and he made it that to join you had to buy his beat for like $10, which I was fine with because he's a smaller artist, he's trying to make a buck, whatever. I thought it was kind of weird, but contests have entry fees, and he said he was going to use the money to like pay for marketing and a beat or something for whoever won, for like a collab for exposure. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. The money's going to something like that. Cool, I can get behind it, sure. So sorry, I forgot that bit of background. So anyway, on this live stream, he announces his like top 10 people. And they're all people that we all know Dizzy 8 fucks with outside of YouTube. So he just basically chose a bunch of his friends, and some of them were good, but some of them were like objectively a lot worse than some of the other ones. I'm not including myself in that. I'm saying other people besides myself, they were just way worse than. So that got him some flack, but what I dissed him for was just how obviously two-faced and dishonest he was throughout the whole thing. And so I was just like, a bunch of people in his live stream asked him to talk about my song, because I guess my song was decently popular even amongst people who didn't know me prior to this contest entry. And they're like, wait, you haven't mentioned this guy's song. What did you think about it? We thought it was one of the best entries, blah, blah, blah. And he's talked for like 5 minutes trying to talk around the song, because essentially I could tell what his opinion of it was he didn't like my rap voice, which is a completely legitimate and normal critique. But he didn't want to say it because he has like this image of being this nice dude, but he just kind of lied his way through it, and it was really annoying. And then he called me like a toxically negative person because I was making a joke in the comment section about, hey, everyone who lost their $10, you know, I'll have a loser's party afterwards because I'm used to losing. So I'm making a pretty harmless joke, and he was talking about like keeping on your grind and all this stuff. So he was sounding like this super fake, made-for-TV preacher / motivational speaker, and I realized this dude is the fakest dude I've met on YouTube, and I don't like fake people. Fast forward a little bit to when Loser came out and I mentioned his name again. I decided to mention his name again because Blindsight, who was one of the top 10, let me know that he never did the final song that he promised that people paid for. You know, people paid to get in the contest to fund this supposedly great song. He never did that. Instead, everyone who he had as a quote-unquote winner, he gave free features to. Not that a feature from a dude who barely has 10,000 subscribers on YouTube is worth anything. which just, you know, completely, again, supported this idea that this is the fakest made-for-TV preacher personality on YouTube, and I just don't like people like that. And I told him when he keeps getting he got in my DMs like 3 times, like, stop saying my name in songs, blah, 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 and I was like, dude, he kept saying that it was like this super deep thing. I said, it's not deep. It's just that you lie, and you're two-faced, and I don't like you. It's that simple. Not everyone's gonna like you. I just don't like you, and he really couldn't wrap his mind around that. So, that's the story. That's the Dizzy 8 story. Can I beatbox? Not well. Yeah, no problem. Super Mario World got me hooked to video games. Super Mario World and Star Fox, 2 games we've played today, got me hooked on video games. And then the original Doom helped a lot too. I don't think there's many songs that no one else would no one else would know. But a song that generally not a lot of people know is February Air by Lights. I think she's a phenomenal artist who isn't always super well known. I know there's still just about as many as you in the chat. You guys have just run out of things to ask me, I guess. It's quiet in here. Yeah, I've performed live on stage a lot, under a lot of different names too, like different projects. I've never performed live on stage as Skeem, but I've performed live on stage a lot. I have a whole video on my name, where it comes from, what it means. Just search YouTube for Who Is We Skeem. Not gonna go through it because the video does it better than I would do it right here, because I actually had taken time to think about it. No, you guys have an open window to ask me shit. That's what we're doing right now. We're asking me random shit while I play old video games. Have I been in touch with ERB since their live stream? Not like directly, like I've talked to Lloyd a couple times through their Discord, because Lloyd is the fan of the YouTube Underground. He's the one that talks to like Screwface and myself and watches our videos. Pete is more, you know, he's busy with his family. He's not huge on reaction channels. He's a lot more like me, honestly, in that regard. So Lloyd is the only one that I'd really communicate with, but nothing like business-wise. He did like this mini cipher on Discord about coronavirus, and I dropped a verse on that for him, but so did like a million other people. So like, it's not like we've forgotten about each other since then. He commented on one of my community posts about the chair, about back problems being real. Lloyd did, so it's not like Lloyd doesn't know who I am suddenly, but it's not like we talk on the regular either. Lloyd just genuinely likes what I do. He enjoys reaction channels. He likes what I do. He likes what Screwface does. He is, as Pete would put it, he is a performer, and he likes the performer aspect of reaction channels. So, will I ever do anything with Epic Rap Battles? Who knows? I would say it's less likely than it is likely, but if they ever approached me on any sort of project, yeah, I'd absolutely do it, because I've been a fan of those guys for a long time, and I think it'd be cool to work with them. I wouldn't hold my breath for it, but if something, I know if there was something that made sense to them that involved me, that they would do it. Like, as just a lot of things have to line up for it to make sense to get that random mask dude from YouTube involved. But if those things lined up, I think they would be willing to work with me. I don't think it's a matter of like they would look at me and say something about this guy's branding or channel or talent means we won't work with him. I don't think there's anything like that, so I mean, that makes me one step closer, but it's just, as far as there practically being something for me to work on them with, their first option would just be to just do it between them anyway, so. Yeah, if they did Ghostface versus Mike Myers, but at the same time, one of them could play Ghostface or Mike Myers, right? They don't need me involved. And I don't bring anything to them. Like, I don't bring them a larger audience by being involved. It only helps me. So doing something like that would just be because they think it would be cool. Where me getting involved would come in is if they thought there was something I brought to the table that would enhance their video, right? And right now, there's very few things that would fit the mold for. So it remains to be seen. I get a lot of nice words about my channel. I appreciate you guys thinking so highly of my content. I don't think it's half bad. I like what I do. I watch my channel. Aw, I didn't make it. Would I rather what? Would I rather be a reverse centaur or a reverse mermaid? So are you telling me horsehead or fishhead? I guess a reverse mermaid, because then I could live in the ocean, which would at least be a change of scenery, and I wouldn't have to be around people seeing my weird fish body. I mean, I'm gonna check out every ERB eventually. Like, I've seen most of them, I just don't remember them very well, but I've seen them. I'm going to do breakdowns and or reviews or reactions to all of them eventually. Could you possibly get in by having a novel voice? I don't know. Again, that's a question for Lloyd, not for Lloyd and Peter, not for me. I'm down. I don't think that I'm someone's name that they're thinking of when they're thinking about battles at this point, but I also don't think that I'm someone they would never consider working with either. Bad form. There we go. Yeah, I like Hobson. Eat Big Peepee was a pretty big flop. That didn't, generate really anything. I was happy that, I saw it through, and I like April, so I'm glad that she won. But yeah, some things you try and they don't work. That's one thing I tried and that didn't work. But hey, not everything you try is gonna gather an audience. I thought the song was pretty good, so I'm not too mad about it. And I really enjoyed the people who did do it and did reactions. I really enjoyed watching those breakdowns, so I got enjoyment out of it, so I'll take it. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure if it'd be popular or not. I knew it was gonna be reaction channels were gonna be the ones that would have to boost its popularity, and that was gonna be kind of a they either will or they won't. And it was a they won't situation, so whatever. I love Super Mario Odyssey, but I would need a streaming card for Switch, and I've talked about in this stream, I'm not going to spend money on that. Let's see if we can beat our 29-minute time on Super Mario World. I think we can beat that. I made a lot of stupid mistakes the first run. Let's do this in under 20 minutes. I believe. I've never seen New Smosh because it doesn't seem like something that I would be interested in. So that's my view on old versus New Smosh. New Smosh looks like it's made for teenagers, which was what old Smosh was. Just teenagers today like different things than teenagers before. Well, I guess old Smosh wasn't necessarily teenagers, probably like college-age kids, and New Smosh is probably also college-age kids. Again, I'm not the target audience anymore. Injured from like an accident? No, my most serious like damages were surgeries that I had to have done for like cancer and crap. A tuxedo every day. Have you not seen my wardrobe? There's nothing wrong with wearing a tuxedo. And you could always take the tuxedo off and go naked. Damn it, Yoshi. I didn't know you were gonna give me that tutorial voice right now. Slowing me down. The chair fund's where it was before, unless someone's done something that I haven't seen lately. Sometimes I get random donations in PayPal, and I find out later. But last I checked, you guys, again, I didn't ask for a chair fund, but people have thrown about $200 at me that they said was in the name of a chair. And I'm gonna spend like $400 on a chair. But you guys don't need to pay for that chair, because the only thing I usually ask you guys to pay for is my merch, or to be on Patreon, or other shit that directly is related to or impacts this channel. So far as I'm concerned, the chair has more to do with the fact that I have to work from home and I need a better chair for that, not you guys, so I would not ask you guys to fund it. And I fucking just died. Why did I just die? That was stupid. It's because I wasn't going fast enough. Must go faster. What are those chairs called? Secret Labs? It's a Secret Lab chair, like the Secret Lab Omega, I think is the model. The one that they had in stock has like a Batman logo on it, which I think is kind of cool. Because they don't charge extra for Batman logo, but the Batman logo makes sense because the only video where I did a fake face reveal on this channel, my face reveal showed that I was Batman. So I thought that was pretty neat. I wanted to see if I could get one without the Batman logo that was cheaper, but it was the same price with or without the Batman logo, so Batman logo it is. And when I say 400, that's an estimate after like tax and shipping and all that shit. I'm in corporate sales training, we'll leave it at that. Someone said I look awesome in a tuxedo, never stop wearing them, yet I've never worn a tuxedo on this channel. Tuxedo is a very specific type of suit, and I have not worn one on this channel. Don't lie. Ooh, you see that? You see me barely miss death? I ain't afraid of no slammy hammers. You can't get me. Living on the edge. Damn it! I did that way better on the run earlier today. Just fucking die. You wasted 10 seconds of my time. Wedgie, anyone in a green shirt, because that just sounds like a more funny thing. I live in Eastern Standard, so we're at 12:30 a.m. I've never listened to Marshmello. I have no idea about We Skeem bathware. It's an odd thing. Sounds cool. Oh! That was executed poorly. Yes, I've played Punch-Out. I don't think I was screwed out of money on the Dizzy 8 situation, because I wasn't going in there with any expectation. Probably the most screwed out of money I've been was some, like... There was some fake back place that was supposedly for back injuries that technically was legit, but not really. And they essentially were a covert and barely legal insurance scam, a way to like max out your insurance deductible really quick, but then force your insurance company to let them charge whatever they wanted after that. Problem is, if you have like a high deductible insurance plan, you're like fucked. So they got decent money out of me when I had my bad back because, you know, I guess I didn't do good enough research on them. It's probably the worst. Where? I forgot to fucking get my Yoshi. Look, my speedrun earlier today was a million times better than this. I think my tiredness is showing from it being midnight, because this is a garbage run. So now I have Yoshi, but now I have to get you again. Cool. I do like coffee. Jamaican blue bean. I mean, quarantine's good for someone like me. I'm very, like, antisocial in a lot of ways, and I love being home. Like, my wife tries to be like, let's go out. I'm like, but why go out when we can stay in? And now, like, I win that argument every time because we're not allowed to go out, and it's great. Man, I'm getting hit by stupid stuff right now. This is the We Suck stream. If you want to see a slightly better version of this attempt at a speedrun, watch this stream tomorrow and watch this as the first game that I played and I was not this shitty at it. I thought I was shitty earlier today, but apparently it's better than this crap. The sloppiness of what I'm doing right now. No. I never get mad if something's popular that I do, because if I did it because I liked it. Why would I be mad if it was popular? We're talking about Mandela effect now? These are weird would you rathers now. I'm not actually that interested in them. Whoops, I forgot. I needed to get the leaf before I came into this level. Well, now that I'm already here, I guess I can either just kill myself or beat it. It's faster to kill myself, so we're gonna do that. Doing the faster option. The most entertaining conspiracy theory? Oh, define entertaining. Everyone's always asking about surprising stuff that happens when you become a father. Like, what were you not expecting, blah, blah. I'm just wondering who the hell is having all these kids who doesn't know what having a kid is going to be. Like, I haven't learned anything about myself having a kid. I thought about what a kid was going to be like, what to expect, and it's been that. Everyone always talks about, you never know what to expect. It's going to be nothing like what you thought. I'm like, well, what the fuck did you think it was? I thought I was going to be a parent. I'd seen my parents do it, and other people do it, and I've seen babies, and I have a good concept of what human love is going to feel like when you have, you know, reared a child. I haven't learned shit, because when I had a kid, I made sure I knew what the fuck having a kid meant. I guess no one else does that. Like, it's not like you went and have a kid and all of a sudden you're like, oh fuck, it's not a kid at all, it's a gremlin. I wasn't expecting this shit. No, it's exactly what the fuck you should have expected. Like, I've never been able to relate to that idea that your life is just like totally different in a way you never expected. Your life's totally different, but you should have expected your life to be totally different. What else you guys got? Met Ken? I don't know who Ken is. Do you mean Cam? And I've not met Cam. I don't think we've ever actually had a conversation outside of a YouTube comment. Yes, I've met someone at my work talking about my channel, and they didn't know it was me. I really just fucked this up again. This has been... Just kill me. I'll go back and get a feather. I think I'm paying more attention to your guys' comments than the game, because this is like the worst run ever. My polls just kind of help me gauge interaction, and I genuinely don't have like a preference of what wins. Because I want whatever you guys want to be what I do most of the time, because that's gonna help me the most, and I'm never gonna put a suggestion on there of something I don't actually feel like doing. So I'm in complete control with the polls. I basically put up a bunch of videos that I think, yeah, I might do this, and whichever wins, cool, I'll do it. Now, I don't always do whatever wins in a poll. I'm not like locked to it, but it at least gives me an idea. I didn't mean to give Yoshi that. I wanted that. Now this is gonna take a while. That was stupid of me. Again. How many stupid mistakes will I make? Probably another million. Do 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 do. Boop dip 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 dip. Do 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 do. Donkey or a giraffe? Those are two odd choices. Guess a giraffe because it's a good story. Icebreaker? I don't know. Alright, I think I'm done with silly would you rather questions, but if you guys got, like, interesting questions... Shit. Have I ever believed in a conspiracy theory? No. They're conspiracies. There's a reason they're titled that. It means that they're not really based on sound reason or facts, and that's kind of my whole thing, is sound reason and facts. I don't watch a lot of YouTube channels, I just watch a lot of random YouTube, so I don't know what my favorite channel would be. Plus, I'm just not much on favorites. Don't have a lot of them. I probably need another one of those blue shells, since I don't have Yoshi. Or I could risk my death jump. I'll risk my death jump, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. It worked! Dishonest how? Like jokingly or like deliberately lying? Because I'm not one for deliberate lies. Have I seen... what now? Shane Dawson? Maybe? I'm bad with names. Oh shit. Terrible time. Oh well. Is water wet? Someone's asking the real questions. Yes. Yes, water is wet, if you want to look at it from any sort of scientific perspective. For all the weird... oh, fuck. Man, I am not paying attention at all. So yeah, if you want to think about anything with any semblance of critical thinking... oh, water's wet. If you want to say that water's not wet, then I would have to inform you that syrup and glue are not sticky by that brilliant sort of idiotic reasoning you have. And the fact of the matter is, water can be dry. Like, ice is dry. So, I mean, it has the ability to be dry, so clearly in its liquid form, it's fucking wet. It can also get things wet, just like syrup is sticky, and can also get things sticky. I don't know why people have such a hard time with such a simple concept. I don't know where it was built into your brain in misunderstanding how English works. But water is absolutely wet. And even if you look it up in the fucking dictionary, it's wet. It's the silliest debate I've ever heard, just from people, like, not understanding how words work. Of course it's wet. It could be in a gas state, a solid state, or a liquid state. In its liquid state, it's fucking wet. What else would it be? Is it dry? Thank you, John. You have a good night, too. Like, is water dry? Because if it's not wet, you're trying to contest that it's dry, and then things that touch it that become wet somehow magically are now wet? after touching a dry object? That's the argument you're making right now. That's really the hill you're going to die on. Is that something that was completely dry, which is water, because you're saying water's not wet. You're saying a dry object made other objects wet through magic and fairies. Because water in itself is not the essence of wetness. And something could be wet with materials that are not water on them. Any liquid makes something wet. It doesn't have to be a water-based liquid. Any liquid makes something wet, not just water. Wetness is not exclusive to water. And water does not have to be wet. There are dry forms of water. There is no argument to be made for water not being wet. And if you make that argument, I need to tell you right now, in that instance of your life, you're fucking retarded. You are mentally retarded anytime you say water is not wet. So for anyone trying to make that argument, it's not arguable, it's factually wrong, stop being retarded. Just because you don't understand how words work and it makes you frustrated doesn't make you right. Water is, by definition, wet. I don't know, but I see this question a lot. And it's a weird question. Asked by people that don't understand language. The Screw and Blindsight drama, I thought that the first diss that Blindsight dropped, he shouldn't have dropped. I thought it was silly. But I thought Screw's response and trying to say Blindsight wasn't blind was way worse. And that Screw, generally speaking, I don't see Screw as extremely intelligent. I don't think he's like super dumb either, but I don't think he's very smart. And I think a lot of that came out. He's also very ignorant in a lot of ways. He's a very good rapper, but he's not that smart and he's kind of ignorant in a lot of things. So I don't think anyone handled it very well, but if I had to say someone handled it worse, probably Screw. Is fire hot? Exactly. No, fire's not hot. Ah! Gosh. I already talked about iDubbbz earlier in this stream, so if you want to know what my thoughts are on iDubbbz drama, you'll have to rewatch this after it finishes uploading and watch the whole fucking thing and all the ads and see if you can find the iDubbbz moment. If you pour milk before cereal, you're probably a serial murderer. So guys, I have to tell you, this was like so much worse feeling than my first attempt at beating this game, but earlier today I did it in 29 minutes and this was 23 minutes. So apparently, despite me not paying attention and making a bunch of stupid mistakes, I still did it 6 minutes faster than earlier today. I've kind of studied on what a simp is. I guess Romeo sort of started as a simp, but sort of ended up with the girl, so I don't know. I think Romeo's an asshat, at the very least. The official speedrun of this, like the world record, is like, I think just under 10 minutes. Like 9 minutes and some change, I think, is the world record on this. Something stupid like that. If I do it under 20 minutes, I'm usually happy. I mean, tongue twisters are what they are. Yeah, I've seen Ghostbusters vs. Mythbusters. I don't remember it, but I'll do a reaction to it at some point. Capital punishment in America is inconsistent depending on the state, but I don't have any aversions to capital punishment. I mean, if you killed someone, I think you've kind of relinquished your right to stay alive. I don't see why that's a debatable thing. Like, it seems pretty normal. You killed someone, and I think certain inalienable rights no longer apply to you. I'm more of an eye for an eye kind of guy. No, I have not completed the largest Rubik's Cube available, and I do think that's a waste of time. I didn't know there was a Space Jam 2. I don't think I want that in my life. Let's see if we can get Mario 3 to open yet. Maybe we'll have better luck. Oh, you Googled something and found a result? Really? And you think you're gonna base that on anything? Dear God. You guys need to go to, like, middle school, where you learn that water has various stages and various forms. Thank you, Wedden00. Appreciate you and the support. Also, by the way, I think you're thinking about wetness as an adjective, because wet is both an adjective and a noun. So, in an adjective form, to describe water as wet probably isn't the best way to describe it, because it is wet rather than having wetness. But wet is also a noun for an object that makes other things wet, or in itself has wet properties. So again, water is wet, no matter how you want to look at it. Yay, I got Mario to finally start. The machete order's interesting. My preferred order for watching Star Wars anymore is just kind of which Star Wars I want to see. The idea of marathoning Star Wars kind of died for me with how awful the last 6 have been. Like, they all have moments that I enjoy, but the prequel trilogy has a pretty good story, told through horrifyingly bad acting and some of the most unforgivable visuals and cheesiness ever. And then the new 3 have almost nothing to offer in story aside from, oh dear God, aside from like individually separatable moments. Like, it has cool story elements, but because it was written by so many different people and just had so many different changes, there's no cohesive storyline that works, so you just have to pick out the parts of the story that you like. So you have the prequel trilogy having a great story executed as poorly as you can execute it, and then you have the new trilogy with an awful story executed in like the best packaging ever. By the way, of those 2, I would prefer to do the one that has a bad story packaged better, because for me, film is more about the visual and the audio than the supposed story, because if I really just wanted a great story, I would read. Graphic novels and books always have better stories than movies, because their medium in which to tell stories is a lot less limited than film anyway. So film you should be watching for the visual and audio spectacle almost as much, if not more, than anything else. But anyway, so I prefer the new 3 to the prequels every day of the week, because the prequels are almost unbearable to watch. But I don't know, just there's so few good things in Star Wars that it's just gonna be, I'm in the mood to see, like, when I decide to watch a Star Wars movie besides the original trilogy, which I'll watch that all in a row all day, but if I want to watch Star Wars, I go, you know what I feel like? I feel like seeing the throne room scene in The Last Jedi, so I'm gonna watch The Last Jedi. Or with this new one, you know what sounds cool? I really liked the crazy, Knights of Ren stuff and Emperor lightning scene in Rise of Skywalker, so I'm gonna watch that. Or I feel like watching a kind of sad Star Wars thing, so I'm gonna watch Rogue One. Or, you know, that's how I watch Star Wars now. I watch an individual movie because, honestly, their stories don't interconnect well enough to need to watch them all. Or if I'm like, I want some nostalgia but make it look better, then I'll watch, The Force Awakens. So I kind of piecemeal Star Wars now. Because if I marathon it, I just end up sad at how much great content was poorly executed so many times. Like, Star Wars is the epitome of overthinking and trying too hard every step of the way. Because they have so much good material that's just like universally panned because of how... I mean, it's one thing when you just get some things that people disagree with, but it's another thing when there's just certain decisions made that are just universally, like, everyone might disagree with what they should have done, but everyone knows, like, why did you do this? Like, who greenlit this being the right way to do this? Like, who decided that Darth Maul gets killed off in Phantom Menace and Count Dooku is the Sith villain? Like, oh, how does this happen? Yeah, like, I don't know. I've heard a bunch of people try to say what they should have done with the sequels, but I feel like it was a losing battle going in with how Return of the Jedi ended. And Return of the Jedi, by the way, I don't find to be particularly good either. So I don't know. Star Wars is a movie concept that I've been saying for a long time needed to just start over. And I think if you want proof that what I'm saying is true when Star Wars just needed to start over, look no further than the Mandalorian series. Like, just a fresh take on Star Wars separate from everything else Star Wars, and you're like, oh, this is extremely enjoyable because the Star Wars universe is rich with lore that you can expand on. So I think I'm glad that they're saying this is the end of anything Skywalker, because I'm very interested in what Disney will do with actual original Star Wars properties where they're just making their own story front to back. Because in case people have forgotten, Disney's extremely good at storytelling a lot of the time. Just in case you didn't know. And even adult-themed storytelling, like Pirates of the Caribbean, the first like 2 or 3 of those were actually fantastic until they just became lazy cash grabs. The Mandalorian, that's a Disney property. It's amazing. So, yeah. Don't ask me if I like the Mario movie. That's evil. Damn! That is a damn dono. Thank you. I really appreciate that money. And yeah, dude, it's crazy time right now. I hope for everyone that you guys are doing all right, that if you're losing job, you're finding supplement work to keep yourself all right in the meantime. It's a crazy life. But I very much appreciate that, and thank you for the love for my little boy. I'm a big fan of his. He's a wonderful baby. Oh yeah, most of Mario seems to be very much drug references. But we're all okay with that. Data or data? Usually it kind of depends on the context, oddly enough. Sometimes I say data, sometimes I say data. Usually I'm pretty particular with words, like I'll see what way I'm supposed to pronounce them for American English, because my accent's an American English accent, so I try to be consistent. But I don't think I've looked into that word. As far as what's the proper way to say that in American English, I don't know. Like, there's pajamas or pajamas. I consistently say pajamas because technically in American English, the primary pronunciation is pajamas, not pajamas. So, as a weird and particular guy, I am very aware of my own vernacular and accent, or attempt at lack thereof. The only accent I am interested in having is an American English accent, and I don't want any regional attachment to that. I just want it to be pure American English, no other accent variants, so I try to keep up with that. GIF or GIF? So, that's always an interesting one that people argue over. Because it's an acronym, so it really... An acronym really shouldn't have any proper or improper way to pronounce it, because it's an acronym. And if you want to get into like the technical of it, acronyms are typically ascribed to the creator of the acronym to kind of choose how that should be denoted. And the creator of the acronym for graphics interchange format does say it's GIF, like Jif peanut butter, or like gin and juice. So if you want to be like technical about it, it's GIF with a J sound. Because an acronym, really the only person that can decide how an acronym is pronounced is the person who created the acronym. But then there's the argument, well, what about the social norm? The social norm is GIF. And the only reason the social norm is GIF is because everyone kind of had to decide in their own brain how to pronounce it, and most people went with GIF. For me, in my head, I pronounce it GIF with a J, not because it's technically correct, but because the first time I saw a file with the name .gif in the very, very early days of the internet, when people weren't talking about this or arguing about it, my mind naturally called it GIF. I don't know why. It wasn't like I thought that hard about it. It was just instinctually, when I read that, I said, it's a GIF. And it was many, 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 many years later when probably was the first time I said it out loud. And I remember the first time I even said it out loud many years later, I said, yeah, you know those moving picture files? I don't know, those GIFs or GIFs or whatever you call them? And someone's like, they're GIFs. I was like, okay. I didn't think we had a rule on this. I thought it was pretty much you called it whatever you thought it was because it's just an acronym. And yeah, so people get real hyped about it though. But in my head, I call it a GIF. Out loud, I try to call it a GIF, only because people who call it GIF don't usually get mad if someone calls it a GIF, but people who call it a GIF get mad if you call it a GIF. So I try to stick with GIF just so people don't get pissed off, but I have to force it because mentally I think of it as a GIF. Maybe I was hungry for PB&J. But I do need to address one more thing on this. The whole idea of it being a graphical interchange format, being a reason that it should be pronounced as a hard G, please don't make that argument because it makes no sense. Oh great, someone just made that argument as I was saying this. So yeah, that's a horrible argument because that's not how acronyms work at all. A perfect example is another another image format called JPEG. JPEG, right? That's how you say it? JPEG? Well, P stands for photograph. So by that logic, you should call it a JFEG. So there is no argument to be made that because G is graphical, should be pronounced like a GIF. Because then you should be saying JFEG, because the P is for photograph. So please, throw away that argument. It's stupid. You're just pronouncing it how you prefer to pronounce it, and it's technically wrong if it's GIF. You're pronouncing it technically wrong, but you're in the normal populous way to pronounce it, so more people are going to pronounce that way anyway, so you're going to come into less trouble. It doesn't matter, it's an acronym anyway, but to say that it's because G is for graphical, that's stupid. That has nothing to do with the reason you're pronouncing it that way. That's not how acronyms work. That's never been how acronyms work. Stop saying that. Pop or Coke? Okay, or soda, alright. So let's talk about word etymology. So originally soda was called a soft drink. The reason it was called a soft drink was just to let people know it wasn't alcoholic. Okay? That was the whole purpose. So you're talking about the mid to late 1800s. They start to make flavored drinks that aren't alcoholic. And at that point, like, unless it was... There wasn't really a whole lot of juice around. You had water and wine and alcohol, so they had to kind of make a new category. It's not like you had fruit punch lying around in these days. So the new category was soft drink. There wasn't necessarily carbonation required for a soft drink originally, okay? Soft drink just meant it didn't have alcohol. It was a soft drink, not a hard drink. Once carbonation got involved, they called it a tonic or a soda. Now, a lot of people misrepresent this. Hold on one second. A lot of people try to say and rewrite history and say that they called it soda pop when they added the fizz, the carbonation. That's not true either. Soda pop came later. So originally it was a soft drink, and then just to kind of separate the carbonated variants, they called it a tonic or a soda. And then later down the road, they called it a fountain drink. And that usually meant it was carbonated because it came from the soda fountain. And then I think it was probably about 10 to 15 years after the terms soda, fountain drink, and tonic were all commonplace. Probably about 10 or 15 years after that, they started saying soda pop as a slang because it popped. And just to make sure people knew you were talking about carbonated soda. So in some regions they started saying it's a soda pop because the soda goes pop. So basically the dumb people got a hold of it. So it like made it to the South and Midwestern states out of the West where most of it was being created. And once, the dumb states get it in the US, they start calling things dumb things because, dummies. So they're like, soda pop, because it got that pop in it, because soda was confusing for us, so we had to use the word pop, so we knew it's that drink that goes pop. And then eventually they just dropped the soda off of it, and we're left with pop. So technically, if you want to refer to a carbonated beverage, you can call it a carbonated beverage, a fountain drink, a soda pop if you want to be kind of barbaric. You can call it a Coke because that's one of those terms like Kleenex, which we all know you mean tissue when you say Kleenex, even though it's a brand name. Same thing with Coke. We all know you mean soda when you say Coke. It gets kind of confusing when you say what kind of Coke do you want, and that's kind of a southern thing. I want Mountain Dew Coke. What the hell? So that gets kind of weird, but at least it makes more sense. But pop really has no place in word etymology or vernacular because pop is literally a slang of a slang. Because soda pop's already a slang. So if you say soda pop, you're already slanging. And I guess that's okay. But pop is slang of slang. So, I say soda because I'm not mentally handicapped. So, that's that. Pop already has enough uses. Pop is a popping sound or a popping sensation or pop music or God, there's a lot of things that pop is already. It doesn't need to be soda as well. Yes, Coca-Cola did have cocaine in their sodas. One of the reasons that's what it's named. Technically, part of their secret formula still uses parts of cocoa leaves. So even though there's no like cocaine, they still kind of have some sort of roots in that flavoring. I prefer A&W to mug, especially since you can often find A&W on tap, and it is fan-fucking-tastic on tap. It's so creamy and wonderful. I'm a root beer snob, so I've tried probably not being like exaggerating about it. I've probably tried about 300 different root beers. I'm a big fan. Soccer or football? Are you asking me which sport I prefer or which way I should say it? Because that has a whole word etymology to it as well. Oh fuck, I hate this tornado. And the evil sun coming after me. No! Fuck you, bastard. Which way should you say? I think it depends on your regional dialect, so you sound intelligent for the region, and if you're traveling, you should probably match that regional dialect. So if you're in the United States, you should refer to football as the game where the big guys tackle each other and throw the ball. It's football here, so sound like you know what you're talking about and call it football. If I travel to like the UK and I say football, I should be referring to what would be known as in the US as soccer. So really you should say whatever is common in the region that you're currently in so that people know what you're talking about instead of starting unnecessary conflict for no reason. And neither region is wrong, by the way, for why they say what they say, because football for many, many years was just the generic term used for whatever sport was most popular in the area. It's kind of why American football got called football, because it was going to be our most popular sport. And soccer comes from the league federation that was playing football, and they called it soccer. It was one of the international federations. It was like an acronym or something for it, or I forget the exact history there. So soccer does have its roots in football, and it used to be called soccer in a lot of European countries too, and then it just kind of adapted to be football because that was the regional sport. I think the regional sport was something else. It wasn't rugby, but it was something else, and that's why it wasn't called, and that's why it was called soccer for a hot minute before it switched to football. But yeah, just say whatever the region says, instead of being like a douchebag. He's like, oh, you call that soccer? Like, fuck, are you in America? Like, are you in the United States? Then yeah, it's soccer. And then if you're in the US and you're traveling somewhere else, don't be an asshole and be like, it's called soccer. No, it's not. It's not what it's called there. Be polite. Be easy to understand and not an asshole. Football. Say it with the U. Football. You're gonna have to remind me what the hell the trolley moral problem is. I might know what it is, but don't recognize the name. Names and I don't hang out. So remind me what the trolley moral problem is, and I'll tell you if I'm familiar enough with it to give you an answer. jump too early. Depends on my mood, but probably Doritos. You choose who to kill while on a trolley? Okay, I'm not familiar with that, but give me the moral dilemma and I'll tell you what I think. Like, I'm gonna, I guess, need information about why I'm killing people on trolleys and what my decisions are based off of. 2 tracks, and decide which track to make the trolley go on, which kills the people on said track. 1 person versus a bunch? Why would that be a question? Is there something really special about this 1 person? Like, none of this makes sense as a moral quandary yet. I need more details. I am not familiar with this moral dilemma. Alright, I need 1 person to just tell me who's on train A and who's on train B, so I know what my decision is. Like, what am I basing this off of? Kill 1 person I love personally, or several that I don't know at all, like 5 or 10. Okay, so the moral dilemma is essentially, you have a loved one on a train. Do you save that loved one, or do you save 5 or 10 randos? Alright. So I guess I would probably have to know which loved one we're talking about, and it would also matter to me if that loved one is aware of this decision, or like if there's any communication with them. Like, am I talking to them on an intercom and could let them know that, hey, if I save you, these 15 other people die, what do you want to do? Because at that point, since they're my loved one, I'm gonna feel morally more obligated to them than to random strangers, since everyone dies, to let them decide if they want to be a hero or not. There's a lot of variables. So I could save 1 train, kill 5 or kill 100 people. 60% of the people studied froze on the reaction, and both trains died. 40% made it. I mean, I would make a decision. That's not difficult. As far as, like, the alternative is everyone dies. But I don't know. If we're being realistic, and these, like, I don't have a lot of loved ones, but, like, let's say my kid's on there, yeah, every other fucker's dying, right? My kid's gonna survive, not you. You had your chance in life, I'm controlling the trolleys, you're all dead. I don't even need to justify it, that's my kid. If we're talking about, like, a friend, like, a really close friend, and a train of, like, 15 other people, I'm gonna save the 15 other people, but I'm gonna make sure those fuckers know that I saved them. And that my friend died so that they could live, in hopes that they live better lives knowing that someone sacrificed so they could live. Like, whatever decision I make, there needs to be some sort of gain for who survives. Like, if it's my kid, I'm gonna make sure that he's eternally grateful that dad chose him to live and lives a good life, so yeah. My goal would be to make sure that the survivors do something to make the death of the other person worth it, but it just depends on who's on the other train. Because there's definitely people in my life that'd be like, I don't care if the whole of the world is on that other train. It sucks for you that I'm in control because you're all fucked. I'm not really doing a speedrun right now, I'm just kind of casually playing Mario. The speedrun has ended. I did another Super Mario World speedrun-ish, and it was better than my first one. It was still crap, but it was better. Oh, I need to take a quick break from playing. Just see what you guys are saying. Well, I think it's about time for me to turn in. I'm surprised. You guys, there's been almost 30 people in this chat the whole time. I guess I need to talk about random stupid crap more often to keep you guys in here. But I just realized it's 1 o'clock and I work tomorrow, or today. So we'll do this again sometimes. I appreciate you all. Have a good night. Until next time, I scheme, you scheme, we all scheme for ice cream. Bye.